A very warm welcome to Digital Senate 2021. I am Ankush Kumar, editor of Tech Observer magazine. First of all, thank you so much for joining us today. We hope you and your family are staying healthy and safe. We all know that COVID-19 pandemic has put a huge impact on social and physical infrastructure, and public sector leaders are putting their best efforts to ensure continuity in public service delivery. To achieve their goals, most of them are heavily relying on technology. In fact, there has been huge repurposing of IT infrastructure. Also, despite the mammoth challenge that pandemic has brought in, it has accelerated the process of digital transformation, and now government organizations are exploring innovative ways of using technology for improving governance. This is why we have chosen the theme of building resilient digital Bharat. In today's summit, you will get insights into government strategies around digital transformation and an in-depth look at technology implementation across the states. We are joined by thought leaders from various government organizations who have undertaken some of the best government to citizen, and government to business initiatives. This summit was not possible without the support of a group of partners who have helped us in making this event possible. A big thanks to our partners, Tableau Software, Fortinet, Felix Advisory, and Alliance Mantra. Ladies and gentlemen, join us on social media by the hashtag Digital Senate, and let's together make this event a big success. Now, without further ado, let's begin this event with the chief guest address. And for that, I would like to invite Dr. Arish Sharma, CEO, National Health Authority, NHA.
Good morning, and I'm happy to be participating in the Digital Senate 2021 and talk about how India is architecting the vaccination rollout for corona vaccine. Uh, Let me first share with you as to how this program has gone so far and why this kind of technology architecture was necessary. So one is that the Prime Minister, as you know, our Prime Minister launched this program on 16th of January 2021. And the first recipients of the vaccine were the health workers, both in the private sector as also in the public sector. Thereafter, we targeted somewhere from the first week of February 2021, the frontline workers also. So various kinds of workers who were actually, doing the service or who were active during the Corona period without, caring for their own life. They actually were serving the society at large. And therefore, we owe them this duty that we kind of protect them at the first instance. So these two groups were actually the ones who were receiving the vaccine for the first time, in the first phase. Thereafter, from 1st of March, we have opened up the vaccine program for all people who are above 60 years of age, and also those who are between 45 to 60, but have certain comorbidities. The comorbidities have been decided or defined by a team of experts under the leadership of the director of AIMS, Dr. Guleria. So this is when we have started. We have also made certain interesting changes. One of the changes is that till 1st of March, we were doing the vaccination program using only the government facilities and hospitals in the state government. Now we have opened up for private sector hospitals too. Those private sector hospitals who are either enrolled with Ayushman Bharat or the central government health facilities, or even in those states who are not running Ayushman Bharat, they are the ones who are, participating in the state's insurance schemes. They are also a part of the delivery system. And on an average, before 1st of March, we were doing about 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs vaccinations per day. Now we have scaled up with the help of the private sector hospitals and also increased the capacity of our government system. So now we are actually at some days we have touched as much as 2 billion, 20 lakh. One might, sort of say why this is so such a high number and why this is required. Now, considering the population of our country, imagine that this program is going to be, sort of for the benefit of 1/6 of humanity. We are 1.3 billion, and if we want to break the chain of infection, then we have to ensure that we are able to inoculate, vaccinate our people as early as possible. Also, the fact that India is the vaccine capital of the world, and actually we have a huge capacity of vaccine manufacturing. We are also exporting and helping other countries in the meanwhile. So I think that's where the scale becomes very important. The speed becomes very important. Now, the next question arises as to why the technology is necessary to ensure this. There are many reasons for that. One is that it is only through technology that we can, kind of make it possible for such a large number of people to get vaccinated. Otherwise, if we don't use, let's say, information systems to inform them, to essentially they can register, they can actually get reservations and appointments, the whole thing will become very chaotic. If on a center, maybe someday there's nobody who comes for vaccine, some other day you will have thousands of people thronging to that center, and therefore it is important to organize things in an orderly manner. And that is one of the reasons why technology is necessary. The second reason which is important is that the vaccine is not in a single dose. The vaccine is in a double dose. Typically, maybe you will have in future some single dose vaccines also, or maybe as many as 3 doses. We don't know. But as of now, both the vaccines which we have been using in India are 2-dose vaccines. And there has to be a gap of about 28 days or so between these two vaccines. So what is important is that we have to monitor each and every individual as to when was he or she vaccinated for the first time, and therefore what is the schedule for next vaccination. Now, that also is not possible without the use of technology. Similarly, we also have to ensure that a person who was given vaccine X in the first dose, he or she has to be given vaccine X only in the second dose. And therefore, we must ensure that he or she is not given a different vaccine, because that will not really fulfill the purpose of vaccinations and probably can give rise to complications even. So therefore, again, it is necessary that we monitor each and every individual's vaccination, sort of thing as to when was he vaccinated, when was he vaccinated, where was he vaccinated, and what vaccine was he vaccinated with. Lastly, it's also important to collect the adverse impact of vaccination if and as and when they take place. So as you know, after vaccination, people are asked to wait for 30 minutes to be there, and they wait there, and then if there is any adverse impact, there are any adverse symptoms, those symptoms are taken care of by the hospital concerned, but they are also reported back to the system. That way we will be able to collect data to see as to which vaccine is typically causing what kind of adverse impacts, and what is the frequency and stuff like that, and what are the symptoms of these adverse impacts. So I think for that also you need technology. So essentially what is required is that for having a vaccine done in an orderly manner at such a scale and with such a speed, where you are doing 2 million vaccinations per day, it is important that we have to have complete record of vaccination. Another thing is, because there is a huge gap in demand and supply, and we have begun with what we call the priority groups. So for example, now we are having senior citizens and people with comorbidity more than 45 years of age. It is important that we cover only those people. It should not happen that in the name of those people, somebody else takes the vaccine and therefore, deprives the real genuine beneficiaries of their rights. So therefore, identification of beneficiaries is also necessary. And identification will involve obviously identity document. Either it is Aadhaar, which is actually can provide a digital identification without any paper, a paperless identification, or other papers which have got your photographs, your date of birth, and your gender. These documents are, for example, the driving license, the election photo ID card, the passport, and such documents. So these documents are also, brought and their copies are taken, and then so that ensures that we know that we are vaccinating the correct and eligible person. So identity, eligibility of the people which are coming for vaccination is also important attributes of this program. So considering all these factors, this could not have been done without a technology backbone for this whole program. And that technology backbone obviously has to be scalable to the numbers, 1.3 billion. It has to ensure that after each vaccination, we have also decided that after each vaccination, we shall issue a certificate of vaccination to the person concerned. And after first vaccination, it will be a provisional certificate. And after second vaccination, it will be a final certificate. Now, that certificate, you may ask, why is it necessary? We consider it to be necessary, number one, as a proof for the person that he has been vaccinated for the first time. And that also helps him in looking at he was vaccinated at this point in time, this day, therefore he has to get vaccinated the next time between this period to this period. So that's another part. So this vaccination certificate is also very important. Also, the vaccination certificate may be required by the employers after some time, saying that I will not, you please get yourself vaccinated first and get a certificate, and then only then I'll allow you to enter my premises. Or maybe airlines and maybe some other tourist business. So we are issuing a vaccination certificate to each individual. So these again will require a highly scalable technology backbone. This is the reason. Now the question is, obviously this backbone has got to be scalable. It has to be very, very quick, and it has to communicate to the people effectively that you have been vaccinated, you have been scheduled, you have got registration, you have got appointment. So all these communications will go, and they go through the SMS to the mobile number of the person. Now, another requirement of this was that we are an extremely varied country. Yeah, we are an extremely diverse country. And that diverse country will require a system which is easily accessible system, which is a very simple system. It should, technology should help people, doing their thing, getting their things done. Technology should not make them complicated. And that is why we have made the system extremely flexible. So for example, you can register with your mobile number as many as 4 members of your family. Thereafter, you can schedule them at different dates at different places. There is no problem. You don't have to schedule them all together. So that's another flexibility. Third is you can reschedule your appointment. Suppose you are not able to go, or you have some important work on that day and you think that you should reschedule it to some other day, to some other place, and you suddenly got vacancy which is near your place, which was not available in the beginning. So you can reschedule your appointment. So that's another facility. So rescheduling, registering, modification, all things are possible. And it is not necessary that, when you have been vaccinated at place X for the first time, it is necessary for you to go to that same place X next time also. No. Suppose you are in Delhi, and suppose for some business you are traveling to Trivandrum, and then at that point in time, your second vaccine turn comes. You can take that vaccine there itself. So we are not tying up that you should get the vaccine done only at a place where you stay or which is your address. You have the flexibility and freedom to get anywhere vaccinated throughout the territory of this country. So that's another flexibility. So I think we have made the program extremely flexible and extremely, sort of user friendly. You can do the vaccination appointment through Arogya Setu, or you can do through the website, which is a web portal, which is covid.gov.in. So in both cases, you will have an identical experience. So even if you are registered, let's say on Arogya Setu, you can check your registration and you can further take your action on COVID portal also. So it's not necessary that you got yourself appointment through Arogya Setu, then you should have to continue to use Arogya Setu only. You can do it through portal also. So as you will see, we have ensured that the whole process of vaccination thing is absolutely flexible, scalable, speedy, and interoperable. Now the question is, having done this, what will be the utility of this structure? So one will have that we will have a complete record of the vaccination done in our country, of each individual. We also have, the kind of adverse effect directory, so to say, adverse effect repository. What were the adverse effects? So I think that these are some of the things which we'll have. And secondly, I think this architecture or this infrastructure, digital infrastructure which we created, can be used for further immunization programs in this country. So I think this is some permanent structure or permanent artifact or permanent, sort of backbone which we have created, which will be useful for health services delivery program. Probably it will also be useful for the National Digital Health Mission organized by, announced by our Honorable Prime Minister on 15th of August last year. So I think that will be certainly one of the advantages of this digital backbone. India has done many, large scale data things in the past. We did Aadhaar, we did the Unified Payment Interface, and we are doing many digital projects which are massive in nature, and that I think it will be useful. One concern people keep on expressing is whether it is actually privacy and security of the data. So let me deal with that also in the end. One is that, first of all, the data which is being collected for vaccination is essentially very minimal data. We are collecting your name, we are collecting your gender, and we are collecting your age. None of this data is private, sensitive, extremely sensitive. Secondly, we are not collecting your address also. Nothing else is being collected. Just 3 data points, which actually just determine your eligibility, whether 60 years plus. Suppose we were not having a priority program for 60 years plus, we would have just collected the data of your name and gender. There is no need for collecting even the age data. But because we have these priorities, therefore we are collecting. So all this data, 3 data points which are being collected, are essentially necessary data points. Thereafter, we are also ensuring that this data also is completely safe and secure at the back end. Nobody else can download somebody else's certificate. Every time a download takes place, it has to be done through an authentication using OTP. So that's another part. Nobody can see any other person's vaccination record. So essentially, we are maintaining privacy, security, and safety of the data. That's what we can assure you, that all the programs which the government of India has launched in the digital space are inherently privacy preserving. They are secure. Data is always kept encrypted at the back end. And we think that privacy is extremely important because it's a fundamental right of our citizens. So that's where I would like to assure that this digital backbone is a completely safe, user-friendly backbone. So I thought I'll just explain and share with you as to why we had to create such an architecture of digital architecture to monitor our program. And I think overall the experience of last 15 days has been extremely good. The numbers have scaled up. We are very sure that we will further scale up these numbers in near future. so that we are able to cover our population, our target groups, our vulnerable population as early as possible. Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma, for sharing your views on the role of technology in India's triest with mass vaccination. Now I would like to invite Dr. Neeta Verma, Director General, NIC, to deliver her keynote address.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to speak to you on Digital Summit 2021, organized by Tech Observer. Digital India program was launched in the year 2015 by our Honorable Prime Minister. This program was designed on three important vision areas: digital infrastructure for every citizen, digital services and governance on demand, and digital empowerment of citizens. And over the last 5 years, we have witnessed a lot of initiatives in each of this vision area by government as well as by private industry. If we talk of digital infrastructure, one of the most important thing we have witnessed is the broadband revolution in our country, with over 700 million broadband users in the country. Even on the fiber optic side also, lakhs of villages have been connected through fiber optic, and it is estimated that over 6 lakh villages will be connected to a fiber optic in next 2 years. We have also built world's largest digital identity program, Aadhaar, which has provided digital identity to every citizen and has also enabled them to avail services digitally. With unified payment interface, digital payments have taken another dimension. We have seen phenomenal growth in digital payments across length and breadth of the country, from big cities to small towns to even villages. And with the openness of unified payment interface has also given an innovation with a large number of apps and options available to citizens for making digital payments. Data centers, which are at the core of digital initiatives, have also seen tremendous growth in the country. At NIC, where we are responsible for establishing ICT infrastructure for the government, which spans across data centers, networks, video conferencing, messaging, and so on, we have also enhanced capacity in our existing data centers as well as build new data centers. Latest in this effort has been our National Data Center in Northeast, which was recently announced by Honorable Prime Minister. As we are moving more towards digital and digital technologies are permeating deep in our lives, we are also seeing a rise of cyber threats. The threats are not only increasing, they are also becoming more and more sophisticated. Therefore, today, cybersecurity has to be intrinsic component of every digital initiative. Security operation centers are becoming an essential component of every digital infrastructure, be it networks or be it data centers. Rise of cloud computing industry in India has also provided immense benefits to not only government, private, to even startups, where you get infrastructure practically available on demand, you can scale it on demand, and as a result, it has given a huge efficiency in terms of launching various initiatives or new apps. It has also brought a whole lot of efficiency into the whole system and also made this whole initiative environment friendly and green, so to say. If we talk of digital services in the government, as NIC, as you know, we have been working with every government department in central government, with every state government, as well as every district administration. And we have worked closely in their digital transformation journey and helped them brought many services online. With the induction of e-sign, the need for submitting papers with the application has been reduced drastically. Digital payments have really eased, and the need for making the payments by going to the office has been completely eliminated. And in nutshell, the effort has been to make government services paperless, faceless, and cashless. So the need for the citizen to visit the government offices can be completely eliminated. Digital direct benefit transfer has been another revolutionary initiative through which benefits under large number of government schemes are being transferred directly to the bank accounts of beneficiary in a very short time. With all these technologies and with cloud available, lot of government programs have leveraged this technology and built nationwide digital platforms where their programs are completely digital from concept to commission. For example, MG Narega is giving rural employment guarantee to over 13 crore beneficiaries through its digital platform. PM Kisan has distributed subsidy to over 11.7 crore farmers, while public distribution system has over 80 crore beneficiaries who are drawing ration on a month-on-month basis. In the scholarship system, over 1 crore applications are processed per year and over 2,700 crore rupees worth of scholarships have been disbursed. PM Awas Yojana, which is housing for all in urban as well as Grameen, both the initiatives are using digital platform at the core to conceptualize, to manage as well as to monitor these programs on the ground. Swachh Bharat Mission, which has enabled constructions of crores of toilets pan India, have also used leverage technology in a big way. E-way bill, which has provided a self-service to the transporters for generating permit to move for the movement of their goods, and it is slowly eliminating the need for check posts at various places. E-invoice is further adding convenience to the citizens in terms of meeting their GST compliance. Immigration and visa system is also heavily depending on digital technologies. In nutshell, I can say that all these initiatives with the induction of technology has given government the speed at which it can launch new initiatives, convenience to the citizens, lot of efficiency has seeped in, and it has also given agility because new interventions as well as any kind of a change in the policy can be quickly implemented. And at a larger picture, it has made the whole initiative very environment friendly, green, because the need for paper, need for movement of things from one place to other place has been drastically reduced. Digital empowerment, which is the third vision area of Digital India program and perhaps one of the most critical. We have PM Disha program, which is designed for digital enablement of citizens. We've also witnessed mobile revolution in our country, and we have particularly witnessed the prowess of this whole technology during COVID times. It became core of our conversation, our communication, our work from home, our education, or our healthcare. Everywhere, mobile has been the main device through which citizens have been communicating and availing digital services. Looking at this trend, we in the government have also adopted mobile first strategy where any citizen service or any government program in broad digital has to have either an accompanying mobile app or the whole system has to be designed in a responsive manner so that it could be accessed across any device with the same convenience. With all these, the core, the phone which you need, the mobile phone you need has to be a smartphone to enable you to avail large number of services digitally. We need to really work towards making these smartphones more and more affordable. And therefore, Atmanirbhar program of the government, a lot of initiatives have been taken towards making the phone, manufacturing the phones in India and a lot of other electronics manufacturing in India. With this, we believe over a time we'll be able to bring the cost of these smartphones much more affordable and accessible to public citizens across India, and we'll have more inclusive digital initiatives. So as you can see, digital inclusion has been at the core of all digital initiatives. And I believe emerging technologies have an immense potential to take this agenda forward. And with this belief, in the last 2 years, we have opened Center of Excellence on different emerging technologies. Today, we have Center of Excellence on data analytics, Center of Excellence on artificial intelligence, Center of Excellence on blockchain, and on microservices. For example, in Center of Excellence of AI at NIC, we are focusing on conversational AI. We believe with this, we are trying to explore and build solutions through which citizens can avail services in the language they understand or write. And with voice for interfaces, they will be able to avail services in the language they speak. Similarly, machine learning and deep learning can be used for text mining as well as for text summarization. We are exploring its use in analysis of court cases to assist judicial officers. Face recognition is another area has a lot of potential in many governance applications particularly to make more and more services faceless uh, coming forward. During pandemic, we have also witnessed the use of technology in education, be it primary education or higher education, and also in healthcare through telemedicine, teleconsultation. So I'd like to close by saying that we are in exciting times with amazing technologies at our disposal. We can use these technologies to build applications which were not possible before. And there's so much to be done. So we, government, public, private, and civil society, all should work together to empower people at the bottom of pyramid with the power of technology. Thank you so much. I like to thank Digital Senate for giving me this opportunity to talk to you and also wish Summit a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing the roadmap and the insights on how India can build a resilient digital Bharat. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any question, you can ask in the chat box. Now it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Prashant Momaya, Director Solution Engineering, Tableau Software, to deliver his industry keynote address on the topic of data literacy and data transformation.
Welcome and thank you all. Many of you listening in today are directly responsible for keeping us safe. My deepest gratitude for that. My name is Prashant Momaya and I am in the technical sales team of Tableau in India. The last 12 months have changed so much in our lives and about how we think about so many different things and how we work, how we manage our relationships. Everything seems to be up there for questioning. The sudden shock of the pandemic is just one of the many shifting sands. Climate, demographics, culture, and economics are experiencing rapid changes. Uncertainty is everywhere. I wanted to take my 10 minutes to make you think a little deeper about the way you work with data and do analytics in this changing world and focus a bit on the human side of the problem. So let's go. This is a statement I make. In times of uncertainty, we all turn to data because there's nothing in the past that can guide us. It's just saying that, hey, what is happening? We've become very tactical. For example, when the coronavirus outbreak started, the first thing we all did was to turn to data. Every day we say, hey, what are the number of cases? What's going on? What do the charts look like? And what is one of the first thing that comes to your mind when you speak about the pandemic? I bet for many of us, it was this flatten the curve graphic. It will remain in my memory for a long time. That's a data visualization. The flatten the curve graphic is how the whole world has come to understand the actual problem we face with this pandemic and inspired the social distancing actions all over the world. This data visualization is symbolic not only of the pandemic, but the rallying call to action. Look at your news feeds, your Twitter, your other social media. There is some version of this. Data helps us see and understand a situation and the actions we need to take, and then understand if our actions have made an impact. As the COVID-19 pandemic raged in 2020, it changed the way all of us absorb and think with data. We wanted to see new data, new analysis, and understand what it meant for us as individuals and as communities. Some of us saw the worst, and many of us who were lucky vicariously experienced what was going on in the world through data. Numbers and charts, numbers and charts. That's what we lived through all the time. A new normal is setting in, a new normal in which data is the foundational language. Yes, data is a language. Come to think of it, data is actually a universal language. The language of numbers and charts and graphs remains the same, whether in English or Hindi or Bangla. And language implies literacy. Just like all other languages, we need to be able to view, read. If somebody places data in front of you, you understand, hey, this is data. I know how to look at it. You can pick up any newspaper, any post on your WhatsApp or social media. There is lots of data, some of it true, a lot of it made up. You have to pick up the signal out of the noise when you consume. And then once you do that, you need to be able to explore and write with the data. You will be called upon to create with data and say, present your analysis, give me ideas, give me a synthesis of stuff. It is actually going to be a creative task. You're going from comprehension to communication. As with any language, data is becoming foundational to how we interact with each other, how a government interacts with a citizen, how corporates interact with their customers. More and more people are starting to speak this language. Tasks are more data focused than ever before. Data literacy is a core skill to help cope with the deluge of data. Just like the language you speak at home or at work, you will be required to be proficient in it to advance and to succeed. With this background, where I say data is ubiquitous, data is a language, let me pose my first question to you. And the question is a simple one, but it's always a trick question. Think about it. What is analytics? We live surrounded by this word today. You cannot read one page in a meaningful discourse which does not state the word data or analytics. It has become a part of a standard, professional vocabulary. You pop this question and you start hearing so many things, so many different perspectives. You will hear words such as predictive, statistics, machine learning, artificial intelligence. And of course, it is easy to get carried away by all the latest buzzwords that dominate news cycles. But it pays to get back to basics. Fundamentally, analytics is about understanding. Our need for understanding is deeply human. We have been asking questions since the beginning when we took consciousness. How do we understand? The way we understand is by asking questions. It's an ancient Indian tradition going back millennia to the Vedas and the Upanishads. Just like with any other language, analytics is the discourse and the conversations you create with data. You create with data. And using the answers you get, you pose more questions iteratively till you have insights that drive action and change. The focus is on questions. Analytics focuses on answering questions using data. Let's take that very simply. Analytics is just a fancy term given to answering questions with data and any sort of questions. So it does not matter what sort of questions you have. The second question I wanted to put there is, this is something again, right? Two very obvious questions, but it's very interesting to see what responses I get as I meet a lot of you people out in the field. Hopefully I'll get to do that sometime soon again. Who can do analytics? Ask yourself this question. You are leaders today. Who in your organizations can do analytics? Can you do analytics? Who who does analytics? I know it seems so simple, but most data infrastructure and processes today are designed to prevent this. Think of the last time you, as somebody who is running a department or somebody who's running a hospital, had a question about your data. And imagine if you could do the analysis right there without a second thought. Do you have all the tools in the hands of those who have the context, the questions, and the greatest need? The frontline workers, the doctors, the infrastructure managers, the people at the mandis, are these people equipped with the data they need to solve problems for citizens, to provide better services? But most of you, sadly, today can't do that. There are silos of engagement with data. One key reason is how data projects are treated like any other IT project. We are likely comfortable with that way of working, but imagine, all the analytics projects you run today are in some variation of this basic project. You have, a bunch of people who have questions. When they have questions, what do we make them do? We make them write down some sort of an RFP, a requirement document, and then we likely, RFP these out or give them to, a set of specialists to develop. These specialists are experts in the, arcane wizardry and sorcery of databases and Hadoop and reporting tools. But what happens once you get the answers back? All of analysis and understanding is iterative. The moment you get answers back, you have more questions. And then you reiterate on the process, and this could take weeks or months. It is probably good for business as usual at times, but fundamentally, it does not scale in today's uncertain environment where the need for agility is crucial. Imagine, taking several weeks or even months to answer simple questions about the spread of the pandemic. But many of you know how painful it was and the amount of effort it took. I know, I have been part of some of these efforts. Scale suffers as there are always more people with questions and more questions and people to answer those questions. You need to change the way you look at data and analytics and how people who actually have the questions are able to do analysis. So that was another question. Who can do analytics? But this is not an unknown situation. It's not a new situation. We have seen something similar before. I talked about data as a language, and this is about literacy. Once upon a time, in around the world, literacy was low. Very few people could read or write. In our country today, even we have lots of programs that are focused on getting people literate. Here's approximately 200 years of literacy estimates. There has been an inversion of the literacy ratio in the world from about 15% literate to now, about 200 years back to about 15% illiterate. The ability to read, write, to get an education produced a great economic improvement in our lives. More people could participate in the areas that were off limits to them. People could now become scientists, engineers, doctors, economists, political leaders. The world changed, and peace and prosperity kept moving along the quality of life to what we see today. If we look at, I overlap this with economic output. This is what happened to the economic output. It just keeps skyrocketing. As literacy improves, your economic impact keeps increasing. The same is true with data. In the future, lot of our improvements, our prosperity will depend on how we are able to harness data at scale. The next set of innovations will come out of our working with data. We need to step away from the notion that data is only for the experts. When you get the people, the processes, the technology right, you will create a community, a movement that will propel your analytic adoption and change and make life better for every citizen in this country. Now, let me give you a short story. The impact of COVID-19 have been felt across India's every nook and corner, every walk of life. This specific example is from our agricultural sector. Uh, there were, in the initial part of the pandemic, there were concerns about food shortages. According to SatSure, an expert in satellite remote sensing and big data analytics, one of the key issues has been disruption to normal supply chains. With local markets, transport companies, and warehouses shut down, the farmers were forced to find alternative ways to get food to buyers. SatSure stepped up alongside three other companies, Numerate, Krishi Hub, and ThinkAg, and together they created a non-commercial map, which helps to connect different players in India's agricultural supply chain. These include farmers and buyers, as well as logistics, storage, and agri-machinery companies across the country. Data for the map provided by Tableau, what you see here is actually Tableau, is referred to as the Essential Supplies Exchange, is collected from public agencies and also from crowdsourced Google forms where people can register their supplies or services. The data is then plotted on the map and made searchable using Tableau. Using this visualization allows farmers, traders, and consumers to find and connect with those who can transport, store, or even process or sell their goods. An example was a tomato farmer who was able to find a driver to transport about 50 tons of tomatoes to a buyer in nearby city. There are many examples of how this has helped, but the most important thing was time. In all cases, the critical factor taken to respond to the situation. This is food stuff. It will go bad. It will go waste. It will not feed anybody, and the farmers will make a loss. Having that quick response, literally, SatSure was able to create this from public data sources within a week and make it available. That is really critical. Now, the next thing I wanted to talk about, if we move on from there, is a lot of times we look at data from a very infrastructure perspective. There is data infrastructure, and there is Hadoop and big data. But yeah, that is important. And then on the other side, there is tools and algorithms. We are fascinated by these. All of us do lots of POCs and try to figure out that tool or algorithm that automatically solves everything for us. But most of the times you find that you don't have the right questions to answer. Right now, given everything that is going on in the artificial intelligence world, people are the only entities that can ask the right questions. We have the creativity to ask questions, but unfortunately, we do not focus enough there. Analytics is very essentially a creative process, figuring out what data, what tools, algorithms, etc., need to come together with making sure that the right people are connected into the data and are able to work with the data directly. There is, analytics at scale can drive change, and scale is a function of people with the data, with the platforms where everyone is potentially an analyst, and that moves us ahead. Finally, I know COVID-19 has accelerated all our digital journeys, right? There is digital everything today. Everybody is talking, hey, I'm digital, I'm digital, I'm digital. Everything that is digital generates data. That is the foundation of everything digital. And all that data is nothing if we don't make it actionable and accessible by those who can do something meaningful with it. If you don't analyze it and use it to provide better services, better engagement, better training, better products to citizens, to build a better nation, that is the crux of every transformation. And every digital transformation is essentially a data transformation. We may look at it slightly differently, but remember, it is the data that will make a difference. Since our founding, we have been on a mission as Tableau, and that is the really simple statement to help people see and understand data. And when we say people, it's not just the experts, it's everyone from the line workers to the experts. It is a simple yet powerful statement, and we believe in times like these, it is more relevant than ever. Everyone needs access to timely, detailed, and trustworthy information to think and act quickly. As we speak, Tableau is being used with many government departments, from tracking the pandemic to informing citizens to working on what's coming with the vaccines across the entire fabric of data that the government has. We are on this journey with you, and we are ready to help you to figure this out and enable your people to leverage the data that you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Momaya, for sharing your views on data literacy and data transformation. I hope the content shared by the experts and government officials will be of great help for you all. So keep sharing these knowledge-based insights on social media using the hashtag Digital Senate. Now I would like to invite Dr. Omkar Rai, Director General STPI, to deliver his special address on reimagining next generation technology for New India.
I'm very glad that the kind of theme that Tech Observer has chosen is about building resilient digital Bharat. If we talk about this theme, we have to refer to the experience that we had during COVID-19 pandemic, wherein Indians at large have displayed, exhibited their resilience to resort to the alternative ways of doing things, transforming and resorting to ways and means to neutralize the impact that we had because of COVID-19 pandemic lockdown. We have seen that the governments kept on delivering citizen services, health services, supply of consumer goods to every door, every nook and corner of this country because of the e-commerce platform that we had, because of the logistics that e-logistics that we had, and the kind of work that we had already done in past. We have also seen that the IT industry of India actually resorted to work from home because of its obvious nature of functioning, which works on the digital platforms and communication means. And therefore, the co-creation became a new norm, the collaborative functioning became the new norm, the digitization of delivery of services became the new norm. We had seen that the educational institutions resorted to collaborative platform, VC platform, for delivery of content to their pupils, wherein we have also seen that there were different platforms, different experiences, and therefore it led to, with the kind of varied experience by the stakeholders, and a resolve to adopt newer technologies to improve those experiences in future. We have also seen that the medical services, health services were also delivered to the people at large, and the installations resorted, adopted the digital technologies. And therefore, I must say that the India at large has exhibited resilience in all manner, by all means, during these COVID-19 times. We know that this was a jolting experience for us. It jolted the businesses, the corporates, the government, the people, individuals at large. And the focus of all the people went towards the latest and emerging technologies. We know that By adopting these new technologies, the kind of learning that we had in past, the kind of challenges that we have witnessed and faced in the past, we can meet, not only meet those challenges, but could improve our offering, our services, our status in times to come by adoption of these technologies. We know that much talked immersive technologies like animation, visual effect, augmented reality, and virtual realities are going to be much in use in times to come, because all these legacy ways and means of delivering those content services and information to last mile, to the people of India at large, to the pupils, the targeted audience has to change. As people are would like to have more immersive experience in terms of those content and learning and teaching and experiences. We are also going to see a lot of work in terms of creation of skill platforms by using augmented reality and virtual reality technologies, because to give that real life experience of a particular domain can only be ensured by using augmented reality and virtual reality technologies. Most importantly, in the field of medical education, in field of heavy industries, in field of maintenance of undersea installations, because the kind of experience we need beforehand to work in those circumstances need actually augmented reality and virtual realities kind of platforms. We also know that uh, India did well in digital payment. We are the world's leader in terms of peer-to-peer money transfer by Beam protocol, API protocol. And we have seen emergence of several digital payment platform and company. They are turning to be, they are becoming unicorns so faster, because we are a huge population, and reaching to every people, empowering them to make payments is a was a huge task. And this inclusiveness, bringing those inclusiveness to the people, bringing them on the same platform in terms of equity of payment system and handling of money, actually led to emergence of this digital payment platform. And that has also created several startups, several unicorns, and that would continue to do the same. We know that because of this virus scare that has been created by COVID-19, people want less contact. So things are demand, the contactless procedures, processes, and technologies are in demand. In times to come, we are going to see a lot of revolution, a lot of work in contactless payment ecosystem in India in times to come. We also know that, say, as I referred about educational technologies, we have been delivering, education by online platform during COVID-19. But as I said, we are going to require much immersive experience in terms of imparting good education, a good learning in the pupils, which would require a collaborative platform and immersive platform. And therefore, these technologies are going to be adopted in times to come, and the legacy platforms, legacy technologies are going to be revolutionized, transformed by using these technologies, immersive technology in times to come. We have seen the emergence of OTT platform during COVID-19 times. People actually downloaded these apps, and the Netflix, Amazon Prime, other OTT platforms became a very commonly used platform by every household. And that is actually this OTT, emergence of OTT platform, cutting across the communication and transmission platforms, broadcasting platform. This emergence is going to help reaching every people in this country, and creating much needed content uh, of all sorts. So it is democratization of content which will be created in every language, Indian languages, shooting to the regional requirement. And therefore this is one area where we are going to see much activity in times to come. Similarly, we have also seen the people's keenness to esports, to game platforms, online games and all. There also we are going to see a lot of activities and a lot of products and services in these domain: media and entertainment, gaming, esports. All these sectors are going to see adoption of latest technologies, and creation of several products, several offerings, several platforms to serve the target audience, the customers, the people at large. The up new normal that work from home has also led to co-creation. Uh, Earlier, people used to work together on in a physical premise, which was very difficult to bring people together. Now it is becoming so digital, it is becoming so cyber, and this work from home and the collaborative platform for co-creation is becoming new normal. India being such a huge nation, where we are the world's youngest nation, uh, m- having seen the graduates in engineering and technology and science, STEM disciplines coming out of our universities and educational institutions, there are large numbers, and all these young boys and girls are getting exposed to the new technologies. And therefore, if this digital collaboration, co-creation culture grows, then we will witness in India a rapid emergence of a startup revolution, and would make India a world leader in terms of technology product creation, because of this new normal, which is a culture of co-creation from remote. So remote working, is going to be norm. It is going to help us. Work from home, which has already become a norm, is going to help us, and it would actually ultimately, result in co-creative creation activity and a collaboration from digital platform, which will help us in a big way. We also know that India is a home to creation of a lot of technologies. We know that India is the R&D outsourcing hub, and most of the technology multinationals are outsourcing their R&D work on Indian soil to Indian companies or their captive companies. So most of the R&D is happening here. Bangalore, Hyderabad, Chennai, Noida, Gurgaon, Pune, all these places are becoming home to most of the technology product and R&D that is being outsourced, and most of the multinationals are establishing their R&D installation in India. And therefore we are not only witnessing creation of technology products from our soil, but we are also witnessing a capacity development in our people. And therefore the entire phenomena is leading to a faster growth of technology startup ecosystem. And therefore we have seen that our startup ecosystem is going very very fast. We during COVID-19 itself, when everything was installed, the young boys and girls of this nation could create 12 unicorns, mostly in those domain sectors uh, which were which emerged because of this COVID-19 lockdown. And therefore fintech sector, meditech sector, edutech sector, logistics and supply sectors, all these sectors have seen emergence of 12 creation of 12 startups in these domains, 12 unicorns in those domains. So this is upcoming phenomena. I must say that we are a huge populated nation with 1.36 billion people, And as I said, so we are world's youngest demography, and therefore our young boys and girls are going to work with upcoming technology and emerging technology like AI, IoT, cloud, RPA, robotics process automation, data analytics, machine learning, natural language processing, 3D printing, uh, drone technologies, which are going to be front-end technologies. We will also see emergence of a lot of mm, revolution in terms of the way we create data, we create content, we create disseminate content by advent of 5G technology in Indian economy, Indian scenario, and therefore in future, owing to the various regions or obvious advantages that we have right now, India is set to emerge a leader in times to come in terms of not only mastering technology, not only adopting technology, not only capitalizing this technology, but by way of creating world-class product on our soil, which would help India become Atmanirbhar and would help our young boys and girls that the Indians would consume their technology products, because uh, it's a call for vocal for local. And these technologies that will be created on our soil will lead to brand India, made in India quality statement, and would help in enhanced exports, technology exports, with the enhanced wealth creation within India. And that is the way forward I look at. And I must say that in times to come, because of the learning and experience that we had, and because of our trust with these emerging technologies, we will be emerging as a leader in times to come. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Rai, for letting us understand the role that small business and startups are playing in making India Atmanirbhar. Now I would like to invite Dr. Dinesh Tyagi, Managing Director, CSC, Government of India. Dr. Tyagi will share his views on the digital enablement of Digital Bharat in New Normal.
First of all, let me thank the Digital India Summit organizer and Tech Observer for inviting me to share the developments which have happened in India over a period of time in enabling digital empowerment and digital enablement of citizens across the country. So a big thank you for inviting me and sharing the thoughts in this topic. First of all, let me try and explain to you that Digital India program started in 2015 has been the benchmark for starting a new engagement process with the communities, largely those living in rural India, of enabling them, empowering them, and creating an inclusive society using digital tools and technology. This has happened over a period of time, and the focus has been that digital tools and technology should not be used only as an instrument or as an enabler, but also create an inclusive society so that everyone in the country is able to get the benefit, get the necessary knowledge, skills, and also employability in using these frameworks. So the initial part, of course, was largely good because some infrastructure which are required to enable this and happen this across was done. And this infrastructure, which was largely in rollout of BharatNet, because that's an essential component. And of course, the promotion by some private sectors for internet access through using new mobiles and lowering the price structures were also great boost for the communities. So the framework for enabling that through the infrastructure, both supported by government and the private sector, was first released and across the country. And fortunately, over a long period of time, which has not happened across in the country, that access to internet was now available almost in every part of the country, especially those for people who live in rural India. So this access created one instrument which is available for people to try and make use of it. Besides that, what was required was that the ability of the citizen to use this infrastructure, which has been both by private and government released in various parts. The government of India, of course, realized this importance of it and started a program called Prime Minister Gramin Digital Saksharta Abhiyan. The objective was to train 60 million citizens, one in every family, over a period of time. And fairly large number of them has been trained. Many of them who are trained are first-time users of internet and first-time users of digital tools and technologies. Therefore, not only the infrastructure, but also the ability to make use of the infrastructure, and also ability to try and use various tools and technologies available both in the private and outside, was created by Prime Minister Gramin Digital Saksharta Abhiyan. As the name suggests, the objective of the entire program was largely to address the needs of rural India. For the urban area, of course, there are many opportunities available both outside the government, and of course, some facilitation work was done through the CSR funding of various organizations. So that is the second part which has happened, that digital literacy has been across done. The third, of course, was that creating the service delivery format, which is also important. So your infrastructure, you have the ability of people through a digital literacy program to use that infrastructure. And then, of course, the government preparedness to deliver various services. So the CSC digital framework, digital Seva portal, which were created by Ministry of Electronics and IT, was one-stop shop in order to try and create the access to various services, both government and non-government, B2C service to citizen. In the assisted format, which is the Common Service Center, this actually is run and operated by a local entrepreneur who has the basic computing infrastructure, has the necessary skills in operating the computing structure, and of course deliver various services to citizens. There are about 400,000 of them in almost every panchayat across the country, and some in urban areas. And these men and women who operate the common service centers then enable citizens to access. So wherever there a citizen does not have the facility of owning a computing infrastructure, he can go to the nearest CSC and access various services. And these services are all inclusive. They start from education, they start from financial inclusion services of banking, insurance, pensions you can take, you can buy new products of banking, and of course, telemedicine. So all the various and many other government services which relates to birth certificate, land record copy, and other part also can be made accessible to them. Many things which happened during the COVID, that many organizations like the electric bill collections also can be done through the common service centers. So a system, a continuous process of the government trying creating access point, leading infrastructure, enabling people to learn through digital tools and technologies, has created the whole environment in which you can now see the digital enablement of citizens across the country through the interventions of government, and of course supported by the private sector, has been a great game changer of creating a digitally inclusive society. This digitally inclusive society is now empowered to access, to try and learn new skills, and also hone up, and also, of course, take up any of the activity for commercial purposes of trying increasing their income. During the COVID time, there has been large challenges which many of these organizations have failed, many companies have failed. But I think COVID has also thrown up large number of opportunities. The opportunities came largely in the digital framework. And the data which is present shows that the UPI transaction or the banking transaction through Aadhaar-enabled payment system, which are about 7 crores in a 70 million in a month, which is fairly large numbers of these transactions have started now growing. So what was earlier being done on an evolutionary pace through the various interventions of government, the COVID actually try and aggravated that, try and enhance the acceptability and assimilation of these new initiatives of helping people to use digital technologies for empowering themselves and also getting access to various services. Today, fortunately, the entire thing has been laid out where the citizen, if he lives in villages, he doesn't have to go to a government office, he doesn't have to go to even a bank, or he doesn't go to any insurance company for availing service, or even in case of the OPD type services, he doesn't even have to travel to a hospital. He can online talk to the doctor and take the support for him. So all these necessary means the children can learn through the various programs. They want to learn on technology, they want to learn on basic education, they can do that part of them. The women can hone up their skills in trying cooking or other part through the use of the technology. And of course, the farmers get benefited because the farmers can do almost everything. They can do a teleconsultation with the scientists. They can buy products of fertilizers and seeds, and they can also sell products of their crops through an online platform. So not only the farmers are getting empowered and enabled, but there's a huge transformation in the attitude and the perception of the way the services are being rolled out and the way the acceptability of these services within the community is taking place. So digital enablement through the interventions of government and both private sector has transformed rural India, especially rural India. Now there are examples where people from urban areas who are getting job and who actually has traveled back to rural India, and the work from home approvals being given by Government of India has also try and help people to stay wherever they are, wherever they want to. And if there's a good quality connectivity, they can operate from the same place, live in a good environment, and try and access to good food and quality of life and do that part of the work. So everything possible which is required for now onward for citizens to try and get digital equivalence, or in that sense, equality, equanimity, and of course, try and take forward these skills for empowering and enabling them to hone up and learn better ways of improving quality of life. Uh, we, during the COVID time, also launched a hyperlocal Grameen e-store, hyperlocal e-commerce platform, where the citizen in rural India can also place order online. This was available Tato only for urban customers, but this is through a Grameen e-store is now available even to rural citizens. So they also can place orders. They can also get similar products which are available in urban areas and get delivered. This also create a lot of employment opportunities because the store, digital store, which we now have, the Grameen store, also employs 4 to 5 people who work as digital cadets. They try and support in delivery of these goods to the customers. So entire transformation and a lot more happening around, very vibrant environment for this is the best time, and the COVID actually given opportunity for everybody to try and find out what best can be done, what more can be done, and how the quality of life for people who live in villages can be further improved significantly. And also this difference between urban and rural, at least in digital enablement, is reduced significantly. CSC is playing a significant role and will continue to do the same as we go along. So thank you so much, and I wish the entire seminar all the best, and hope that they will also send some more information, share some thought process, which we can then take it across in rural India through the common services. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Tyagi, for sharing your views on digital enablement. Now I will move to our special panel discussion focused on data-driven governance in new normal. In this panel discussion, government technology leaders will share inputs around the growing role of data in effective governance. Hello and welcome to Digital Senate Summit 2021. I am Ankush Kumar, editor of Tech Observer magazine. In this special panel discussion focused on data-driven governance in normal, we will try to understand how public sector technology leaders are using data to mitigate the challenge of pandemic and what are their strategies to analyze data for improving public policy making. To lead the discussion, I'm joined by Mr. Aniruddha Shahpure, Chief Knowledge Officer, Pune Smart City Development Corporation, Mr. Prem Kumar Jha, Chief General Manager, Information Technology, Steel Authority of India, Government of India, Dr. R. Harshvardhan, Head and Director, Hospital Administration, SGPGI, Lucknow, Dr. Avik Sarkar, Associate Professor, Data, Technology and Public Policy, Indian School of Business, Mr. Prashant Momaya, Director, Solution Engineering, Tableau Software. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us for this special panel discussion. I would like to begin with Mr. Aniruddha Shahpure. As we are still in the midst of COVID, so could you give us a sense of what have been the key lessons from pandemic for government technology leaders like you?
Hi, good afternoon to you all. Thank you, Tech Observer, having me on this session, and hello all panelists. So pandemic, absolutely, it is unprecedented situation what we have faced for a long time. Never rather. Pune Smart City, actively, Pune Smart City is actively involved into pandemic operations, the COVID operations, and I would like to say here that we are proud that Smart City Command Control Center has been used as a war room against all the operations, conducting all the operations. So within 36 hours, we have established around 40 computers, complete with ready data and networking done, and about 24 IP phone lines for contact tracing. So this is like, it's an initiative which already been implemented as an integrated command control center for the city. However, with a short time, we can convert it into a war room. So these are the specific things which always work as in technology, and these are the latest technologies which every city has to have. I mean, now when 100 cities have been selected from India, so every city is going to have this kind of command control center. So by the grace of God, we should not face any situations like this in future. However, we should be ready for anything. I mean, this particular command control center, we have actually streamlined data exchange processes, where all the ward offices, all the districts of Pune, and the hospitals and ward of the officers, the workers, those who are already on the ground, have been connected to this particular command control center. Then we have developed one with the gathering all the data. We have processed it, we have sanitized it, and then we have prepared an enterprise dashboard where everything was visible. Obviously, the measurement which has done, so we can always take an action. So we have prepared a GIS-based tracking, heat mapping. We have used heat mapping for pinpointing the locations where actually the data visualization, which was properly happened there. So the actions against the spread, or the reactions to the arresting the pandemic, was taken very prominently. Then we have developed one application, mobile application rather, which is called Arogya Dheer. Similar solution as in telemedicine, which was done within 17 days, and it was implemented and put up to the all the COVID positive patients to actually follow up them from the doctors. We have had help from the doctors from the Pune corporation, also the local doctors, the private practitioners also. So technology is definitely helped in a way, and rather it is in the application. So it's a better thing, and we have learned a lot with this pandemic to for the better future, actually. Thank you.
Sure enough. I will definitely come back to you, sir. Thank you for sharing your experiences and how you have used Command Control Center for data visualization and the new mobile application for telemedicine services and tracking the right patients. And I would now like to come to take the same question to other panelists. If you could share, any one of you could share your experiences, how modern day technologies we have used in tackling some of the situations in the COVID time. Sir, any of you, Mr. Sarkar or Mr. Harshvardhan or Mr. Jha?
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Ankush. This is a very, very pertinent topic we are talking about, and we are still not out of this COVID scenarios. As Prashant has stated that he had taken a number of steps in the organization. Similar, I think all organizations had to do something or other to meet the challenge faced by from COVID. The challenges, definitely this adversity and challenge has given opportunities also at the same time to develop and cater to your requirement. Rather, it is, the Atmanirbhar Bharat has come later on, but I think that started from that point itself, that how you depend on yourself. Because a lot of disruption was from supply side, demand side, and our industry, like steel making industries or continuous industry, you cannot put it down overnight. If your blast furnace is chilled, it will take months to recover, and you cannot. And this 24/7 it has to be manned, and a lot of levers are there which has to come to duty on regular basis. So now the challenge that you have to have this social distancing and PPE and all those things in place, and suddenly then to manage all those resources, you need IT immediately. Otherwise, it is difficult. Another part was like, and in a large industry, a lot of approval scenarios where note sheets and the papers movements are there. And without movement in PSUs, you cannot do things on your own. So, and the question was that if you move papers, then paper is a carrier of COVID itself. So then we had to immediately move to our e-module in a e-approval module. And that has wonderfully been developed in SAP, and there you can put your wherever you are putting your approval, it will reach to the persons in a designed manner, and nobody else will be able to see that confidentiality is ensured, and attachments can be put by anybody in the pipeline at any point of time. So that has basically boon in disguise. Because people earlier that approval used to take days, now it was taking minutes or hours. So that was very fast. Then taking this problem to our supply side, the inputs to different stakeholders in different states, and to convince them this is essential services, and with the government this liberty given to us that the transport has to happen, all these things has to happen. There also technology we have used, and it has been a great help to us. So in between, and then work from home, enabling people to work from home. That was another challenge. Earlier, we used to have a timekeeping that one has to come and punch that time taking was important. Now, time was not important. Productivity was important, output was important, but from where people work doesn't matter at all. So, this disruption was really a challenge, and we have learned a lot of things to stand in face of such challenges with a complex industry like ours, which is integrated industry, where you have not only steel, you have chemicals to handle, you have power to handle, you
Absolutely.
have a lot of things.
So, yeah. So in a plant, sir, it's a different scenario. There are multiple sensors, a lot of bandwidth requirement is the need of the hour. So as the government is collecting large amount of data with the help of various digital platforms, in your views as to how the government can store, process, and analyze data in such a way that it enables the government department or government organizations like yours in improving their policy making and ultimately citizen service delivery. So if you can throw some light on that.
Yeah, it's really very pertinent. In India, like such a diverse country where different type of needs are there, and the data is the crux of the matter. With the data, if you have sufficient data and you analyze it properly, put into different categories, that can help you to take the decision and proper perspective. And the review and data, but the challenge is that how do you get the data? So now data is available from two sources. That one is active sources, that people who are already in digital platform, they're working, and that can be, they can share data, or we can take data from there. There are some passive sources where like your wind, water, energy, sunlight, your blood, and all sort of things, and soil condition, education, healthcare services, transport, and all these things, which are where people, you have to take data from the system itself, from the environment. So that is another challenge, that how you take this data. Now, what I feel that this data can be gathered if you you assign people with such tasks, like we had earlier. In village there is Ram Sevak. Now that has to be data volunteers. They have to you have to say that what sort of data is required for things. People are having now smart mobile phone is very easily available to everybody, and data cost of data is very, very less. Communication and other things in India. This is enabler. I think the government can make some apps, or can give some sort of incentive that based on data given by some people, if that is useful, and it can be they can get some incentive, that some points which can be further encashed in some manner, or some sort of leverage can be given. So I mean, there is a huge amount of potential in India. The young crowd is our big asset. From that, data can be taken, and again, we have got AI, artificial intelligence, and data analytics around. Cloud computing is there, your grid computing is there, your the 5G is around. So enabler things are there. Only thing, we have to design our requirement. What sort of data we require? There's a huge data is available all around. Now we have to make it categorized, and then plan accordingly so that we can use it usefully.
Fair enough. It is really important, as you rightly said, it is important for us, all of us, to design our requirements and assign people with a specific task when it comes to data. Now, I would like to ask Dr. Sarkar. Sir, you have been formally associated with Niti Aayog as head of data analytics cell. So you were more onto the policy framing front, and could you throw more light on the policy making and and the impact of data on citizen service delivery, and what are the new trends that are there in the industry as of now?
Yes, so thanks Ankush for inviting me. This is a very pertinent and timely discussion on this topic. So as we talk about the pandemic and also the government, there's already a lot of data that the government collects. Government and private parties both collect on a daily basis. This can be a lot of high frequency data, like any transaction that we are doing. There is some data being generated, like it can be telecom transaction, retail transaction. So there are a large majority of them are with the private players, so we do not have access to them. But whatever data that government collects, a large majority of this data is in public domain. So when the COVID hit last year, and there was an active discussion around the economic recovery, we at ISB came out with a portal, India Data Portal, where we have a section called Jumpstart India, which looks at the economic recovery based on data that the government of India shares on a daily and monthly basis in the open domain. So this can be like, say, every day fertilizer sales, the amount of fertilizer sales that is happening through POS machines. This data is there in the open domain every day. You might get it after 2 or 3 days lag, so that is there, but you get it in the open domain. The agriculture transactions, the mandi transactions that are happening every day are all in public domain. That what was the amount of vegetables that was traded in a particular mandi, what vegetables went up during the COVID time, what went down, and a lot of other interesting things. On a monthly level also, we have a range of parameters that are there. Like say, we are tracking the number of companies being registered. We have been tracking that, and these are very good indicators of the economic activity. The number of car registration happening. These are not any confidential data, and we are looking at only aggregate number, like how many car registrations are happening in a particular state, in a particular district, and this is made available by Government of India. But you can analyze this data and get a very real-time view on how your economy is progressing. So we see like states like Maharashtra and Karnataka are the foremost leaders in the registration of new companies. And then we see that during the time of the COVID in April and May, they actually went down. But by the time August came back, they were actually back to the 2019 number, the levels at which the 2019 numbers are. So it did come down, but then the number of company registrations. So we have about 30 indicators on our portal. If you go to India Data Portal, you will find all these 30 indicators. I'm just telling you about one. So you can look into each sector of your importance. Even like a very interesting thing, the electricity consumption is a data that is available from the grid on a daily basis. So you can get this data, how much is each city consuming electricity. You can get it on a daily basis. Air quality, you can see like there are certain amount of pollution which comes down because economy was down, the cars are not going out, but there are certain other aspects of the pollution and air quality which doesn't go down, even though if cars are not happening then. So these are a lot of data that we get in the open domain. We have to so when people are using them, maybe in decision-making position, they have to have a habit of analyzing this data and then making their decision rather than doing it on an ad hoc basis. I think when I was at Niti Aayog, my work, not only my work, I think whole Niti Aayog agenda has been to look at more evidence-based policy making, and that will also lead to making maybe a ton of indices. So that's people tell that Niti Aayog has many indices that they can list about. And the whole objective of that is to look at data and look at very granular data that you can measure, like the aspirational districts, one of the flagship program where every district submits their data on a monthly basis and based on which a competition is run and which happens. So there is a lot of data, but then people who are making the decision have to put in the habit of analyzing the data. And also I see Prashant here, I think tools like theirs make it very easy to consume the data. Often, otherwise you have to rely on a data expert to grasp the data. But when you use very user-friendly tools, I think that becomes a very important part. I think it becomes very easy to consume the data. Otherwise, digesting and consuming the data becomes the difficult part. I will stop here. Happy to take any further questions.
Absolutely. I mean, evidence-based policy making and looking at granular data is the way forward, and how the government of India has actually been placed a lot of data on the public website, and it is available for the citizen. It is really commendable. I would like to now move to Dr. Harshvardhan. Sir, as you are in the part of the hospitality, the hospital sector, the healthcare sector, absolutely. And there is a lot of patient data which is every day required and stored and analyzed. So how do you see this data consumption, and what are the new technologies and trends, how we are utilizing this kind of data for the betterment of the society and for the patient?
And it was good to listen to Mr. Anirudh, Mr. Jha, Mr. Avik, though it is my first professional brush with them. I would request Mr. Ankush to please share his the concern which I'm supposed to take a look at.
Yeah, so actually, sir, I was asking you, as in the healthcare sector, if you could, as there is a lot of patients' data and a lot of data privacy and security measures are taken. So could you share your thoughts about the policy making with respect to data and some of the technologies that you are using, like AI or ML, being used in the healthcare sector?
Uh, as I could see, there are a couple of sub-components in the concern raised by you on this virtual platform. One was the immensity of data generation in the backdrop of the ongoing, rather on a waning trail, the COVID pandemic. Number two is how do we, in the governance or government, are going to effectively, fruitfully utilize that data. Third is, if at all, how the different technological tool advancements, be it AI or whatever, can be of some help. And last is, uh, what did we do, or what all we are doing at our end in the government, being representing the healthcare sector, the public healthcare sector from SDPGI. The way I look at it would be would be like this. Uh, I mean, I think when I was in medical school at AIMS, New Delhi, at that point in time, I participated in debate that we are in an age that is decade back, or wherein we are sitting uh, or we are witnessing a moment in time when there is data explosion. And when it was so during my uh, medical school days, and subsequently there was advent of Sam Pitroda, telecom revolution, then IT revolution, and whatnot, and that has led to tremendous quantum of data traveling across the virtual network round the clock all over the globe. With this technological milieu which we are cloaked with, we are breathing in that technological milieu wherein trillions and trillions of bits of data is traveling across the this virtual network all over the globe from all possible corners, from all possible frame of references. With this background and coming to the context, the healthcare sector, precisely public, which I represent, public healthcare sector, we have ourselves seen, I mean, I have witnessed this growth and evolution as to uh, how it has changed uh, the who's and tenors of healthcare delivery across the globe in general, in our country in particular, in my institute obviously specifically. I could see that over the course of preceding few years, it has grown to that extent that now clinicians or doctors or healthcare providers are using many tools which are being used at different nodes or interfaces of decision making, decision support system, DSS. And then we have got technology, equipment, processes, and tools to interpret. Tools to interpret and wherein the AI comes or neural network comes, many things are there. So it is advancing at such a rapid pace, which is actually changing the canvas and landscape of healthcare delivery slowly but substantively. More in the Western world, less in our country, but it's happening. And the day is not far off, wherein the decision making, the clinical decision making or managerial decision making in healthcare delivery would substantively, lean on these technological advancements, and we will be there for execution or for customization of the execution plan. Now, to narrow it down further, in times of COVID or during the interregnum of COVID, what all data that spilled on or spilled over the entire medical canvas of the entire country, it is rather a little early. It will take some time for that data which has been acquired to process it, to analyze it, to draw meaningful conclusion, and to put it as feed forward for policy making, which can place us or government or the healthcare provider better suited, better attuned, more able for an uh, evidence-based management of epidemics, endemics, pandemics, or prosodemics. In that way, it will help us. The Central Bureau of Health Intelligence is the central repository of the entire healthcare database in the country. It's an autonomous body under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. And there are many other autonomous organizations who have got tremendous amount of data wherein they are still processing it, and data is still trickling in. So in medical science, or for that matter, any branch of science, data acquisition, analysis, processing, and drawing meaningful conclusion, and then converting into a technology or some policy decision making, it takes some time. It will happen and will help us move forward, one step forward in our goal towards the collective good of the people.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your valuable experiences from the time when the actual breakthrough in the technology sector happened. And it was a pleasure to hear your thoughts, and thank you. I would now like to move to Mr. Prashant Momaya. As you being the technology provider, and you on day-to-day basis, you deal with a lot of technological disruptions, some of the new age technologies and innovations. So you have a foresightness of seeing the trends. So could you give us a sense of what are the leading trends in the data analytics sector or the area, and how the new disruptive technologies are making new innovations in the different sectors?
Sure, and it has been such a pleasure listening to all these diverse points of view. Uh, and if I just go back and run a common thread through this, there's a couple of large trends that happened, right? An unprecedented event happened. It subjected all our systems, right? All our systems, whether IT, non-IT processes, to a strain that they were not designed for. The fundamental result of that was everybody became very tactical about stuff, right? Speed and agility became important because you did not have a model that predicted where COVID would be tomorrow, or where my supply chain would be tomorrow, or where my customers' demand will be tomorrow, right? All those broke down. So people became very tactical. So the first trend that we saw in this, last 1 year is the whole breakdown of processes around how people work with data and do business, right? So which included, how procurement processes change, how you interact with customers change, all that changed. There is one estimate that, a decade worth of digitization happened in the last 12 months. Literally saying that
hey, because there is no other way to do business, there is no other way to interact with your stakeholders. So that was one very big trend that happened, and it will be a boon going forward, because there is a certain foundation that has been put in place. The second thing that happened is, and the government has always been very, they collect data from everywhere, internal data, external data, they have their own transactional data, they're collecting data from other agencies. The same thing happened with, whether the public sector companies or the private sector companies, your reliance on external data, right? Nobody had a COVID pandemic data set within their boundaries. They relied on something. So there is an increasing trend towards, people talked about social media data forever and stuff like that, but this really gave the impetus that I need data from the external world within my system to make better decisions. Which allowed, for example, Tableau set up something called a COVID data hub, which we made it very easy for people to access COVID data at the most granular level from anywhere in the world. So if whether you were in India, abroad, anywhere, you could get the trusted data source to work with that data. The next thing that happened was trust on the data, right? People were saying, you have WhatsApp and you have social media everywhere, you have different varieties of data coming up. So for example, the most trusted source for, you would see on there is typically not the government websites. While they would point to the government websites, you would see others like the COVID India org site, which is, crowdsourced. There was a lot of crowdsourcing of this data so that the public could actually make sense of that data in a much better way than, for example, the government was able to present it. Right? There were people who was able to take exactly the same data and explain it better to people. So, for example, whether it's flatten the curve graphic or the R factor and stuff like that, they were able to explain that data out. So we are seeing, if I can call that trend, there's a little bit of a data literacy trend where people are saying that, okay, data is really important. I need to understand and be able to work with data. So these are the major trends. And then I would just like to add what Dr. Sarkar said is easy agile tools, because if you look at a lot of projects that happen around data, they would be typical, you would do a waterfall cycle around projects and it would take you 6 months to deliver the report or 3 months. You didn't have that time. I want the data yesterday, right? I want the data right now in real time. So you saw a lot of these platforms being adopted. For example, Tableau was used to run a lot of COVID war rooms across the country. And that sort of provided that agility to be confident with doing analysis really fast. So these are the sort of underlying trends. And as the good doctor said earlier, it will take us a little bit of time to realize what the true impact of that is.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing your views on how crowdsourcing of data has led to the data literacy, which is phenomenal. And I would now like to ask to everyone, if any one of you can share your views on the use of AI and ML in your industry or in your sector, and giving some of the examples where you were involved in or your organization was involved in. And what are the major challenges when it comes to data-driven governance? It will probably be the last question of the conference. So anyone?
Hi, I will take that one. Thank you, panelists. There was a nice insight actually in a different way, because smart city and working on only COVID operations and then a little bit of the standard projects. It is a different. Jha sir has mentioned about the supply chain. Sarkar sir has mentioned, touched base on that particular one of data analytics. Prashant, doctor has shared a nice experience of using in data. Obviously, data is the new gold, or maybe it's whatever oil, what we can say, but so it's going to be precious. in particularly Pune Smart City, what we are doing is we have affiliated to MAUA's initiative of integrated, uh, uh, the data exchange program. So Indian Urban Data Exchange. So it's going to be a repository with, we are working with Indian Institute of Science, where we have, from Pune city, we have contributed for 851 data sets. So it's a huge data which is city generating. And rightly said, government is not just the data creator, but it is an aggregator. And a lot of data is coming down to government, where all these new technologies, as we have used some tools which are Tableau and Hadoop and all those, which actually gives you some related data, which we can actually have the predictions done. Similar kind of things which we can use by AI, ML, using those algorithms and machine learning, where the systems can be more powerful in determining the, or maybe into decision making zone. So there will be a lot of, say like example, like we can enable some cameras and sensors. So we can actually enforce the law in terms of say like red light violation. Probably we can have a triple seat person. Similar way, we have developed one, we have adopted one this software which is working on the similar technology. So it detects the masks, whether the masks have been worn or not, or the social distancing is maintained or not. So this kind of applications are going to, obviously there is no limit to it. So these are the simple applications which we can actually have these new technologies adopted, and obviously data is there, so we can put up those algorithms and go ahead. So we will have a better future, definitely, in the terms of regulations at least.
Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
so
Thank you so
I
much.
just want to add one thing, Ankush, because Pune was one of the smart cities, because I used to work very closely with the chief knowledge officer of Pune, who was the last person. And when I was at Niti Aayog, we worked very closely with conducting one of the initial hackathons with Pune Smart City. And they are one of the forerunners in conducting hackathon and doing that. So now what has happened is that MHUA, the Ministry of the Smart City Office, has now taken their model, and with the help of Tata Trust, they are building a city data alliance. So each city, smart city, is now getting into a city data alliance. So they are finding out, like say 800, so there were smart people in Pune. So they figured out what are these 800 data sets are. But it is not that obvious. Finding out that there is a data set that exists and this can be of social good and benefit, and kisko uthana and what to not to pick up, that is not so obvious. So there is a structured program that these people are going on. Every smart city is having a city data officer, and all the smart cities are now participating in the exercise now as they're going on. So once the alliances are formed, so alliances are very simple. Like say the smart city has access to all the police complaint, all the health incidents happening in the hospital. It is very simple, getting access to multiple data sets, and then how can you mash up those data sets using a tool like say Tableau, because Prashant is here, and then you can just show the magic there. So once you can get something very simple, then I think the what you are asking about, this artificial intelligence, machine learning application, they will evolve over time. Once you have this data and you can mash them up. So I think that is a structured program going on there, and it is really good that the way the program is so is not only Pune who has shown us the way, but all the smart cities will have that, and this is a very good thing that is happening. So just wanted to tell the audience about it.
Absolutely, it's wonderful to see.
And further to this, I think in this industry, like during this pandemic, people have explored this AI, ML, and all Industry 4.0 initiatives. And in our industry also, we have engaged some of the consultants and also students, and IT students there we have engaged, and they are also doing something. And so we are basically collaborating with other people, and very many small solutions which has come is a wonderful. We never thought of that this can reduce our defects or maybe some maintenance issues and other things. And this data analytics and video analytics, particularly we have made use of for reducing our defects and maybe increasing our productivity throughputs and in our rolling mill lines. And also, we have angles, bars, and all these things. This is made bundles. The bundle is done in this online system. Now, how many pieces are there? That was one requirement by our marketing organizations, and they used to do some physical counting sort of thing. So that again has been done through this machine learning sort of thing with video analytics. So a lot of projects we have identified almost 30 projects, and out of that 12 are low hanging fruits, and that we are already working on that. So I mean, this is the beginning, as Anirudh was telling, and Dr. Sir was also telling. So there's a foundation done, and people are thinking a lot in this direction. How we can make a use of this knowledge resource, AI, ML, and data analytics, and IoT, and all those things. And it will go a long way. And definitely, this COVID has given us an opportunity to introspect and further join hands with the big organizations, and also that this like we are talking over webinar, learning has become so easy, and so a lot many webinars are happening here and there, and people are ready to share their experience and technology around. So I think this is a long way to go, and thank you all. That was great learning, great industry experience with all of you. And I hope.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Yeah, due to paucity of time, I would quickly like to move to Dr. Harshvardhan, sir. Could you share some of your thoughts on the data governance and data-driven strategies in the last 1.5 years, some new innovations, and how data was used in an appropriate manner in the sector that you represent?
This virtual platform is an evidence itself. Otherwise, you would have been discussing live face-to-face. It has made such an inroad. And it was either be moving on in this direction, but COVID augmented this pace.
And it is also very climate friendly.
Yeah. I can see Prashant is enjoying probably the Himalayan range. Anyway, what I mean to say, when you look at it from a very broader perspective, every time the human civilization, when it look at grows, so it is always impacted by the time frame or time span during which it is manifesting. The way India was during independence, the day India was in pre-independence, the way India was in proto-historical prehistory period. So now the way India is in the info age. So we grow up with imprints of the time we are growing within. So since we all are thoroughly cloaked, imbued, soaked within this IT revolution, which has probably has touched almost every dimension of life that we are indulged in. COVID did hasten this, and we at PGI in particular, and in healthcare in general, we are using and will continue to use it at much higher pace. And what all changed in last 1 and 2 years is that it came as a setback, sort of onslaught, or a sort of sudden roadblock when the lockdown was imposed on 22nd, 23rd of April, something like that, whatever. But gradually, the way human civilization, it never has accepted it. I mean, and it always has accepted the challenge, and we have always found a way through the challenges. So gradually, we started finding a way out. So we at PGI, as the PGIMS, we shifted our focus to COVID care. Obviously, that was the need of the hour that we had to, and the non-COVID care was given a complete a backseat. And but after some span of time, probably I believe April, May, June, 2.5 or 3 months, or 2.5 or 1.5 or 8 to 10, 10 to 10, 10 to 12 weeks, we we did set up the entire EOPD, ECCS, E Clinical Care Support System. So over the span of time, we we attuned ourselves in such a way as to where we could continue to deliver the healthcare to good extent by using or harnessing all these tools and technologies. So, I mean, it goes without saying. That's why I told you that this virtual platform itself, when I'm supposed to talk on this utility and how did we use, is a proof and self-evident. It's self-evident, and it will continue to evolve because every generation grows up with the imprints of the time frame within which it grows.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you so much. Now we are pretty much at the end of our conference and the panel discussion. I would like to, before going ahead with that, I would like to ask Mr. Momaya if you could share some of the key takeaways from this entire discussion and deliberation, and because a lot of challenges were shared and new innovations and where exactly we could focus on in the government policy. We have the think tanks from different very key industry from India. So as a technology provider, it's pertinent to ask your takeaways and what do you think about this discussion that we had.
Sure. And as Dr. Harshvardhan says, I can travel every day, sir, without moving from my place, just by changing the background. So that is the world that we live in. And there is so much wealth of knowledge on this planet, right? So whether it is the whole supply chain and using, for example, students to look at projects at SAIL, which is amazing, right? You got people to do stuff. And they learned along the way as well, or the smart city, Dr. Sarkar talking about the whole data initiatives that are driving a lot of change, and plus on the healthcare side, I think there again, right, there's a few common threads that run across, and if I could sort of pull on those, there is a lot of obviously potential, right? There's lots of work happening, there's lots of effort happening on that front to realize that potential. In some places we have had quick wins, some of the wins will take a longer term. I mean, take the example of the Pune smart city. I mean, in 36 hours you had a war room ready. That is an achievement by itself, right? We are known as an inefficient, slow country, but look at how we are challenging it in the real world, right? Saying that, oh, India mein aisa hota hai. Nahin, India mein aisa hota hai, right? It is what we are doing or what we have shown the world what it is. Look at, for example, all the stuff that happened around the Arogya Setu app and what's happening around, the amount of digital channels that have been created are just, intensifying and really helping the citizens out. The second thing is the impact on frontline workers, right? Technology always impacted, people who sat in nice offices. Now that technology, as with the mobile phones, with that mobility technology, with the 4G penetration, with the whole initiative, it is getting to the node, right, where data and analytics and services are available on a device to literally, even a safai karmachari, right? You are able to actually say that this place is dirty, or there is a risk at this place. People are able to do that. So that transformation has occurred. The next one is also this whole thing of building these data sets, right? And as Dr. Sarkar said, clearly that need to be cataloged, inventoried, searched. That is critical to drive the next phase of innovation, because we all know next phase of innovation everywhere around the world is coming out of data, right? Data is telling us move in this direction, don't move in that direction, and things like that. So that effort, and while there is this whole data.gov and things like that, it has to go to the next level in order to be, really usable across, right? Those data silos have to be broken down. And I know there's a lot of effort going on there. And finally, I think putting together, the partnerships between the government entities, the PSUs, and the private sector, a lot of co-innovation has happened during this time. And that has actually, there are lots of places. For example, we have a free platform called Tableau Public. And literally, there are lots of cities who use that for their citizen-facing dashboards. And we supported those efforts to make sure everything was right and they are able to deliver information to their citizens. So we are seeing, that partnership act like never before. And for once, people were not fighting over RFPs and stuff like that. And people were like, hey, let's get over this period. This is more important. So I think the greater good prevailed. So I'm really excited about it.
Absolutely, the greater good prevents. We are at the last leg of our engaging panel discussion on data-driven governance in Normal. I would like to thank all the panelists for taking your valuable time out and participating in this wonderful panel discussion. Thank you so much. We look forward to host you again. Thank you. Now I will move to our special panel discussion focused on data-driven governance in new normal. In this panel discussion, government technology leaders will share inputs around the growing role of data in effective governance. Thank you, everyone, for a detailed discussion. There were many learnings and key takeaways. Ladies and gentlemen, keep spreading this knowledge on social media using the hashtag Digital Senate. Now I will request Mr. R. Ramanan, Mission Director and Additional Secretary, Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog, to deliver his keynote address on making resilient India in new normal.
My name is Ramanan, and I'm the Mission Director of Atal Innovation Mission. It is indeed a pleasure and privilege for me to connect with you all on this Digital Senate Summit organized by Tech Observer during this year. It is a summit which focuses on how can we make a resilient Bharat, an Atmanirbhar Bharat. How do we make it as a new norm? And what are the things that go towards suggesting that we can indeed achieve the Atmanirbhar Bharat of our dreams? As the Mission Director of Atal Innovation Mission, which is a flagship initiative at the Niti Aayog, the National Institution for Transforming India, the focus of Atal Innovation Mission, which was actually the brainchild of the Honorable Prime Minister, has been how do we create and promote an ecosystem of innovation and entrepreneurship across the length and breadth of our country so that we are able to carry this large country, a country of 1.3 billion people, to its rightful destination of growth, both from a social point of view as well as from an economic point of view. How do we ensure that we create a nation of job creators, not just job seekers? And as the Honorable Prime Minister very eloquently pointed out in his Atmanirbhar Bharat call, the call for a self-resilient India, an India that is not only capable of meeting its own challenges and its own demands and its own opportunities, but also be able to fulfill the demands of the rest of the world. Now, this is extremely evident right now in the fact that India is one of the largest providers of COVID vaccine on a free capacity to many countries that need it. And it shows the immense capability and power that India has in its ability to not only be an innovative country, but to also in the process service the rest of the world. Now, why is it so important for us to look at Atmanirbhar Bharat and ensure that we become a part of the innovation, entrepreneurship, and scientific technology bandwagon that is driving the powering of Atmanirbhar Bharat? After all, we are a country of 1.3 billion people. But most importantly, we enjoy what is called as a demographic dividend, which is the envy of many a country. We have more than 65% of our country under 35 years old. We have 1.4 million schools in our country, more than 10,500 engineering and related institutions, more than 39,000 colleges. And we have 150 million young students entering into the workplace over the next 5 to 10 years. Now, it is upon these 150 million young students lies the future of our dreams and lies the future of our country. And that is why the 5 pillars that the Honorable Prime Minister pointed out in Atmanirbhar Bharat makes so much sense in order for us to be able to pursue that dream. Let me talk a little bit on the 5 pillars. The first pillar that he identified was a pillar of the demographic dividend, which I just talked about. How do we ensure that our young people, the people who are graduating from our schools, from our universities and entering into the industry, how do we empower them to become problem solvers and innovators and job creators of the future? And like I mentioned, it is important for us to provide them with tools, technologies, and the ability to become entrepreneurial. And that is why the Atal Innovation Mission has launched many initiatives to ensure this. First and foremost, at a school level, we have launched thousands of Atal Tinkering Labs. These labs are dedicated innovation workspaces in schools where the latest of technologies like 3D printers, robotics, IoT devices, miniaturized electronics, and augmented virtual reality are being made available to the young students so that they can create solutions to problems they see in and around the community. And these are, mind you, students between grade 6 to grade 12. So what we are essentially trying to do is convert the rote learning mindset that we have all been used to growing with and to convert it into a problem-solving, innovative mindset. So that when these students go into the universities, they already go as potential problem solvers and innovators. And there in the universities, they have to create and they have to make available an ecosystem that supports their entrepreneurial ventures or their entrepreneurial ideas and their entrepreneurial ambitions. That is why across the country, Atal Innovation Mission has launched more than 10,000 Atal Tinkering Labs, with 7,000 of them already operational, enabling more than 3.5 million young students to gain access to these technologies of the future, technologies upon which solutions of tomorrow are being built. And it has been amazing to see the depth and the breadth of the innovations that are being created by these young students. For example, in the Atal Tinkering Marathon that we launch every year, the one that we launched last year, we had more than 50,000 students participating in that. More than 8,000 prototype of innovations got created with sustainable development goals aligned innovations. And that is another beautiful thing that is coming out. The importance of understanding that innovation and entrepreneurship and economic growth has to be aligned with sustainable development goals so that we are able to live in a happier and a better planet and in a sustainable planet. And at the same time, we also found that 45% of the winners of the Atal Tinkering Marathon event were girl students. And that in this week of International Women's Week and on the International Women's Day, it is extremely fructifying to know that our girls and our women children are being able to be as the innovators and the job creators of the future. Now, when you go into the universities, what Atal Innovation Mission is doing is creating world-class incubators to foster world-class startups. This is very important because we are a startup nation. We are one of the fastest growing startup nations of the world. We have more than 55,000 startups in our country. We have more than 400 incubators and we have 34 unicorns. What is also amazing is that just in the last year, which is the COVID-19 year, which was a year of crisis, not only for India, but for the rest of the world, we had 11 unicorns springing up from India. And that shows the tremendous innovative capability that is inherent in our young students. After all, we have leapt from a position of 81 in the Global Innovation Index to a position of 36 in just 5 years. And that's an amazing leap of innovative capability of a country. Therefore, the aspiration of the country today is, how can we be among the global top 10 innovative countries of the world in the next 10 years? And it is indeed a possibility because of this demographic dividend. Now, when the students go into the universities, these incubators enable the startups that are created by the students to escape what they call as valleys of death in a startup life cycle. It's very important to be able to support a startup during their evolutionary cycle, especially mentoring support, venture capital support, business planning strategy support, support for human resources, access to a technology lab or access to a research lab, or access to mentoring. These are very important factors in order for startups to be able to bridge the valleys of death in their startup life cycle. And that is what these world-class incubators are planning or are doing from Atal Innovation Mission. We have established 68 incubators across the country, and more than 1,916 startups have come out of this ecosystem just in the last 3 years. Now, that's an amazing growth of number of startups in a very short period of time. Also, it is very heartening to note that 575 of them are women-led startups. Now, when you have in India, we have more than 49% of our population as women and the girl child. However, we have only 13% women entrepreneurs in our country. So the Atal Innovation Mission's numbers today are indeed very satisfying because we have more than 33% of our entrepreneurial strength and women-led startups forming the ecosystem of startups from the Atal Innovation Mission. We are striving, and every incubator is striving to ensure inclusivity and equality of opportunity for women-led entrepreneurship and women-led startups. And it is our hope that more than 50% of the startups that come out of the Atal Innovation Mission will be women-led startups. Now let's go to the next pillar that the Honorable Prime Minister talked about in Atmanirbhar Bharat, and that is the pillar of infrastructure. We need to ensure that the pillar of infrastructure is strengthened across the country. After all, we are a country with more than 715 districts. We have over 4,000 small towns and cities. We have 650,000 villages. We have only 8 tier 1 cities. It is not possible for a sustainable growth of our country if all the people are flocking only to the 8 tier 1 cities. And therefore, it is very important for us to create world-class infrastructure, not only physical infrastructure, but also the digital infrastructure, which enables every village and every city to become smart. We need smart villages, smart districts, smart cities, smart electricity management, smart water management, smart renewable energies powering the city, because these are the opportunities that every city or every village has, and thereby creating thousands of hubs of innovation and job creation. We need to ensure also that products and services from the remotest part of the country, whether they are tribal districts, hilly districts, coastal districts of our country, is able to reach different parts of the globe. And that is possible because of the digital transformations that are happening all across the world. We have technology which is enabling you to create products and sell those products from Sikkim to San Francisco, from Salem to Seattle, from Jodhpur to Japan. That is the possibility in today's digitally transforming world. And how do we enable that physical infrastructure and the digital infrastructure to enable all the young students to find entrepreneurial opportunities to address these challenges? That is the opportunity available for all of us in India. The third pillar that the Honorable Prime Minister talked about is the pillar of demand. We have 1.3 billion people, so we have tremendous demand. We don't need to look anywhere else across in the world for this demand. In fact, countries from all over the world are flocking to India to address this demand. So our entrepreneurs and our startups have a tremendous opportunity to address this demand in the domestic world. And when we address the domestic demand, we also create the opportunities for fulfilling global demand. And that is why the Prime Minister's call for go vocal for local so that you can go global makes a lot of sense. COVID-19 vaccine is a great example where we were primarily looking at how do we address our demand, but in the process, we also created the manufacturing capability and the distribution capability for servicing the rest of the world. Now, this is very important when we are looking at addressing the pillar of demand. The fourth pillar is the pillar of socio-economic progress. Now, pillar of socio-economic progress implies that we need to ensure that we do not have a digital divide. We do not have a socio-economic divide. We should have no divide between the haves and the have-nots. Out of 715 districts which are there in our country, 115 of them are aspirational districts. And they're called aspirational districts because they're at the bottom of the pyramid in terms of basic access to healthcare, education, medicine, clean drinking water, sanitation, waste management, or affordable housing. These are challenges that need to be addressed so that India can grow uniformly. Now, what we need to do, therefore, is create hubs of innovation and job creation all across the country. And we need to launch challenges for our young entrepreneurs and our young students to be able to create the solutions that these districts, these communities need. Take, for example, a community in Goa. Now, Goa is known for its fishing industry, its tourism industry. It's known for its shipbuilding industry, mining industry, and cashew nut industry. So how do we ensure that we create community innovation centers in these districts so that you are able to create local innovation and local job creation? So the Atal Innovation Mission has launched the setting up of Atal Community Innovation Centers across the country. And these centers are being set up in tier 2, tier 3 cities and rural India so that we are able to spur local community-centric driven innovation and local job creation. Now, in order to address the multiple challenges that India has, the fifth pillar is very important, and that is the pillar of technology. Technology has become affordable, accessible, available, and advanced. 3D printing is revolutionizing the way you are able to design, conceptualize, prototype, and manufacture a product right in front of your eyes in your own Kirana store or from your home. You have robotics, which is driving the next level of automation and productivity. You have sensor technologies, which is getting integrated into man, machine, device, soil, space. And it is able to communicate vast amounts of data from whichever device or whichever element it is integrated with, and thereby enable us to take speedy decisions about what to do in a particular situation. And we have artificial intelligence now, which has become a reality because this great convergence of advanced computing, advanced communications, advanced sensor technologies, and the ability of software to process large amounts of data using big data and analytics is making artificial intelligence a reality. And in a country like India, artificial intelligence can actually power so many solutions for good. And that's why India is in a unique position to be able to address all the 5 pillars of Atmanirbhar Bharat, the pillar of demographic dividend, the pillar of socio-economic progress, the pillar of infrastructure, and the pillar of demand, leveraging technology to the hilt. And so the Atal Innovation Mission has launched a series of challenges called Atal New India Challenges and Arise Challenges. These challenges are meant to stimulate Make in India innovations using technology, leveraging technology, and at the same time leveraging new business models that can make it happen. And these challenges are driven in conjunction with ministries who tell us what are the challenges that are most relevant to our country. Take, for example, we are a 44% agri-economy based country. How do we ensure that we leverage technology for precision agriculture to reach out to different markets, to redefine supply chains, and to enable farmer productivity and farmer growth and farmer income? How do we ensure that we have clean drinking water and leveraging sensor technologies? How do we ensure that we make affordable housing and smart cities, leveraging smart metering, renewable energies, and so on? So the challenges are endless, and using Atal New India challenges and Arise challenges that we arrive at along with the ministries, we are able to stimulate Make in India innovations, both for the MSME industry, the startup industry, and the larger sectors. Indeed, India is at a watershed moment in its history, where this tremendously demographic dividend-rich country, one of the fastest growing economies of the world, with advanced, available, affordable, and accessible technology, has the power to become one of the fastest growing innovative nations of the world and make an impact and achieve the dreams that Atmanirbhar Bharat talks about. How do we make a self-resilient India? An India that not only serves its own country, but is able to serve the rest of the world. In the words of Abdul Kalam, he said, dream big and you'll achieve great things. Dream small and you will be limited by your own dreams. So let us all dream big and make sure that in the new norm that we are talking about, the pillars of Atmanirbhar Bharat are strengthened through science, technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship. And let us, in the words of Swami Vivekananda, who said, arise, awake, and stop not till our goals are reached. Let us arise to the opportunities and the challenges that India has. Let us awaken the innovative talent and the native talent that Indians have to be able to solve such problems. And let us stop not till the goals of Atmanirbhar Bharat are reached. Thank you so much for giving me a chance to participate and share a few thoughts on this important occasion.
Thank you, Mr. Ramanan, for sharing your views on the data of Atal Innovation Mission in making resilient India in new normal. Now we will proceed to the next session. I would like to invite Alan Shantz, EMEA CISO, Fortinet, as he will share his presentation on cybersecurity, a holistic vision for executives. Over to you, Mr. Allen.
Hello, everybody. Absolutely delighted to be participate to this 2021 edition of Digital Senate. I'm Alan Sanchez, EMEA CISO of Fortinet. And I would like to kick off our discussion with a few teachings that happened to us as a community in this absolutely never seen before year 2020, and how these teachings can guide us moving forwards into establishing this holistic vision of cybersecurity. There was in 2020 a phenomenon that I call the cyber paradox, where on the one hand, the threats have continued to adapt. The threat knew no slowdown. On the contrary, you can see, for instance, here the red curve that represents the number of records that have been stolen. And on the upper right corner, you see that in the horizon of the sequence 2019, 2020, and beginning of 2021, there was an increase of that. And for instance, the number of ransomware, which is a threat that is continuing really to increase and attack our information system, has not at all decreased. We're talking several billions here. So compared to only 10 years ago, these are 3 orders of magnitude. This is enormous. Very few missions of protection in the real world have to deal with an enemy that has grown 3 times 10, which is from 10 to 100 to 1,000 order of magnitude growth. And in the meantime, in 2020, the economies were collapsing. This is a world map, and you can see the red is predominant here. The gross national products very hardly grew during this last period. So if we would have been shown this macroeconomics and this technology threat insight 1 year ago, we all may have said cybersecurity officers, vendors, distribution channels, and end users, we would have said, wow, perhaps we should change profession. Perhaps we should do something else. And what happened? Well, the digital transformation did not slow down. Look at the numbers. First of all, look at the order of magnitude. In the vicinity of 300 billion in 2019, and now 426 billion. That's about 44% of growth just for the digital transformation. And let's look at some of the markers of these digital transformations. The words home working, this sequence of two words, has grown 309% in 2020. So that means a lot of things. First, there is work, but work is deported home and it's growing. So economies shrunk, but some specialties, some expertise are very much sought by the employers. Let me remind you that in cybersecurity, for instance, 4.5 million jobs are still open, budgeted, just can't find the skills yet. Another marker of the digital transformation is the investment in 5G. Did it stop in 2020? Not at all. $8.1 billion of investment in 5G alone. That's very close to 100% growth. That's exactly 96% growth from previous year. So telcos, service providers, and companies invested a lot of money in that important part, which is the wireless global network of 5G that has grown like never it had grown in 2020. In cloud computing, another marker of digital transformation, went up from 319 to $436 billion. That is the biggest trend in IT we have ever witnessed in growth and in order of magnitude. But at the same time, the risk increased. The digital attack surface has grown during that transformation. New edges emerges. Think of just the home edge. At the beginning of 2020, we were told by a very respectable industry analyst firm that we will have 30% of people working from home at the horizon of 2023. And weeks after this announcement, I had 95% of my workforce working from home. So an increase of the digital surface. The second thing is home working. Well, remote workers are connecting to business critical application through consumer routers. Sometimes some of them caught by surprise by the certainty of the lockdowns, did not have time to bring their own PC or laptop home. So they were connecting to this very important data and application through the family PC that maybe a few hours ago was downloading games from servers that are not at all complying with a professional security approach. They are using split VPNs. They are themselves, they are their own CISO, right? And not everybody is a CISO. So there's a skill gap at the edge of the network when you homework. And 5G brings so many business benefits. But with these business benefits come also another generation of threat. There is the speed. By unit of time, the density of information is a lot higher. So you need a higher ability to go deep down into the frames and the packets and do your job of detection, analysis, and response. But there's not only the speed about 5G. There is the latency that has been reduced a lot, and that opens new absolutely outstanding business possibilities. The response time of the network at the edges is such that you can remotely drive a car or proceed to remote surgery with a global expert piloting a robot, and the precision and the speed and the low latency of what happens at the other end of the surgery makes it possible on location to proceed to surgery acts that were not even possible to imagine before. So lots of benefits, but at the same time, a completely different architecture. 5G is not just a faster 4G. It's a distributed, very promising series of services that augment the attack and the possibility of surface. You call a service the same way you would instantiate a module in previous software development capability. So new software, new edges, new surface of a different type, and speed and low latency to react. And cloud computing, there is also the question of data integrity, even if the cloud provider for their own infrastructure are doing a sterling job in securing the data and the infrastructure. There's still many domains where outsourcing storage, outsourcing software, outsourcing computing power does not outsource your legal responsibility versus this data. And the privacy laws, absolutely great that these laws are here to protect us as individuals, but another stream of requirements on the cybersecurity officer. So you see the paradox. Threat raises, economy shrunk, could have been a disaster, risks are raising, and nonetheless, it was a year of growth for cybersecurity officers. They saw the scope of their job raise, their own visibility at the board becoming even more important. And I took some of examples of Fortinet figures here. We grew in volume and in profitability, so we could invest even more. We could do acquisitions, and we could invest, for instance, 341 million in research of development. So it's quite healthy to ask ourselves the question at the beginning of our debate here in the Digital Senate: why such a success in what could have been an horribilis and a horrible year in 2020? The first thing is that from the beginning, Fortinet forecasted the merger of security and networking. It was actually the founding father of Fortinet, Ken Xie, in 2000, that say, well, let's look at that. We have networking functions such as connectivity, establishing VPN, ability to route traffic on the one hand. But we have another stack of functionalities, which is SSL, IPsec, authentication, everything related to security. And they should not be proceeded at the detriment of any of it. We should, at the moment we design the innovation, the new network, the new collaboration, the new expansion, the new scope of innovative application, we should have at the same time the ability to embed security into that. And he called it security-driven networking. And that has never been so crucial than in 2020. And a second element is we all like the cloud from a CapEx reduction perspective. We also like the cloud because, frankly, it saved our economies during the last 12 months. But at the same time, your gut feeling as a cybersecurity officer is to say that we say that the most precious thing is the data. And the next thing we do is we put data everywhere in a very distributed architecture. The vision of Fortinet is to free you from the roadmap of any cloud vendor. And God knows they do a great job in securing their infrastructure. But as I said before, you still have responsibility. And we always have this little propensity to say, am I completely tied into the roadmap of a cloud vendor? Let's take the example of OT. The number of little objects like that. This is a remote control that enable me to pilot this camera, right? I'm zooming in and zooming out a little bit just to show you. And there are many objects in this room that are connected to the network. In this application, we have a video stream, we have a data stream that is in a website, and there is a quality of service that enables the sync between all that. And that goes to the cloud. Now, as the number of these little objects raise, the data that you will need to store in the cloud raises as well. So your return on investment is really at the mercy of the cloud providers. Now, when we enable you to have your security policies on top that transcends the diversity of the cloud offerings, then you free yourself from any roadmap. And our job is not here to say, go cloud or don't go cloud. As I said, cloud is a magnificent trend, but we're not a cloud provider. We are a pure play security provider. And we enable you to have your cyber sets of rules and risk-taking policies and drag and drop them. And if you have a great deal with Amazon and another great deal with Azure and another great deal for Oracle and another great deal with Adobe, you should be able to choose and come back and come forth and free yourself from that, because you don't have to redesign, re-implement your cybersecurity policy. It applies transparently to these clouds. And that's a second important element that explains why these offerings have been so massively adopted in a year that could have been a disastrous year. And the third thing is the raise of the edges. I spoke about it. And in this, when you realize that, the cloud itself is just another edge. So people that say we're turning ourselves into a cloud company, they're missing many dimensions of these equations. They're missing the OT edge, they're missing the one edge, they're missing the data center edge, because they're not going away. So what makes us think this is a right explanation? Well, you did, by the massive adoption of the markets here. We recorded 96% growth in the most emblematic proof point of the merger of networking and security, which is SD-WAN. 64% of growth on our cloud offerings, and 173% on the endpoint ability to secure the edges. So the reason also for that is that we are moving from the existing architecture, where you have on the left-hand side everything that wants to connect to the right-hand side. Users, branches, home working, objects, and all the fancy and innovative applications that you can see on the right-hand side. And we are witnessing a merger at the center on the connectivity. And as a result, 4 dimensions are important in the new paradigm. The first one is the architecture that's from data center centric is becoming hybrid cloud centric. The application, there are still 80% of business critical applications hosted on premises. They are moving to 50%. It's enormous. The 30% is an enormous number when we take into account the order of magnitude of the figures and the breadth of the phenomenon. The enterprise access is security is moving to security everywhere. There is not an inside and an outside anymore. It's actually dangerous to think inside and outside today. There is no perimeter, because you may be tempted to say, well, inside we are safe and outside we need to take care. It's not true. You can have internal attacks. You don't have a perimeter. As I was taking the example of this debate this morning, think of all the video flows. Where is the inside? We all have at least one smartphone and many objects around us, right? Inside and outside is just one thing now. And the management, you cannot protect what you can't see. You cannot apply a rule when you don't have the capability to have an end-to-end automation of the way you actually orchestrate the defense. Because it's one thing to see and analyze, but we are asked to do significantly more than just seeing and analyzing. We are asked to act and to orchestrate the response. Hence, the idea of a holistic vision of cybersecurity, into which there is no one single technology, not even one solution that takes you off the hook. It is an approach that embraces the strategy of zero trust network access, which is a bad word, but a great concept that says every device needs to be authorized on a real-time context-sensitive basis. It's not like I give you the keys of the house and you can go everywhere every time. So there is a real-time understanding of what should happen at this point that is related to a machine learning capabilities. What normal is depends on the type of company and the type of risks that you as a company decide you want to take. This holistic vision of cybersecurity that, as you can see, embraces the security-driven networking dimensions, the adaptive cloud security concept that we just saw, does not mean, holistic does not mean monopolistic. It means also open. So this green icon at the bottom right of the sphere of the security fabric is very important. It opens to 400 APIs and connectors to existing legacy infrastructure, not only to see them, but to act on them, to respond to segments, to micro segments, and to take every step to counter an attack. And that platform, it is one of the announcements that happened yesterday. All the components are now into the central component of this holistic fabric, which is the OS. So that includes all the building blocks. And what's in it for us? Well, you can apply it to a remote site, to a small company, to a global company. It's the same interface, the same training, the same code actually, that is used all across the different pillars and components that we talked about earlier on. So analyzing the threat is something that is very important as well. Let me tell a quick word about FortiGuard, which is 200 dedicated and passionate cybersecurity officers and analysts that create a series of protection services to which you can subscribe for your own sake, but also to be able to explain inside your company what is going on in a region, in a country, in an application, so that you make your users more aware, you train them, you upskill them, you enable a cyber culture to be part of your operations, security operation, network operations, but outside IT and security teams as well. And let me end up on these benefits. There are three types of benefits in this holistic approach. The business benefits is you save so much time and money in integration doing that. The days are gone when we could buy what we call best of breed antivirus and best of breed sandbox for someone else later to be able to do the integration. We just don't have the time and the budget to do this anymore. So native integration is a huge business benefits, and we are all embarked in rationalization. 47 is the number of different security provider that you find on average on a mid-sized company. Rationalization is very important. It's like having soldiers fighting against the same soldiers in the same army. Second element is the technology superiority. There is no compromise between security and networking. They work together, merged as one into a series of advanced features integrating into the very OS of the holistic approach. And finally, for people, artificial intelligence offloads the human brains for many stressing tasks. So your personnel that is so difficult to find and to recruit do not leave because of the stress. Currently, 16% of people working in SOC and NOC are recognizing they are considering leaving because of the stress of the manual operation, manual correlation between alarms. You have a larger scope of work as a cybersecurity officer, and you have one mission, because cybersecurity is not just another business, it's a mission. We have to make our hyper-connected world a safer place. And that's a passionating job. So when people go into cybersecurity, they have a full employability. Remember this 4.5 billion passionating job opens around the world. So we win on three fronts: the business front, the technology front, and the people front. Thank you very much for your attention. Should you have any questions, please use the chats, and we would be delighted as a panel to address your requirement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alan Shantz, for sharing your insight on cybersecurity for public sector organizations. Now we will move to the panel discussion. In this panel discussion, senior public sector leaders will share their views on building resilient security for public sector in post-COVID world. Hello and welcome to Digital Senate Summit 2021. I'm Ankush Kumar, editor of Tech Observer magazine. The COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the online transaction like never before. We are shopping, accessing essential services, and even working remotely through online. With our growing dependence on digital medium, there has been a corresponding increase in the threats to our online security from cyber criminals. These security threats not only pose severe challenges to individuals, but also create enormous issues to private and public organizations. To understand some of these security vulnerabilities and best practices to mitigate them, we are joined by some of the eminent panelists who would share their experiences and views on the topic, which is building resilient security for public sector in post-COVID world. To lead the discussion, I am joined by Mr. Vijay Devnath, CISO, Center for Railway Information Systems, Ministry of Railway, Mr. Golak Kumar Simli, CTO, Passport Seva Project, Ministry of External Affairs, Mr. Mupanini Srinivas, Group CIO, Telangana State Cooperative Apex Bank, Mr. Bapna Abhay, AVP, Adani Wilmar, Mr. Alan, EMA Region CISO, Senior Evangelist, Fortinet. Let me begin by asking, the pandemic has necessitated digitalization leading to creation of large attack surfaces. What kind of cybersecurity challenges are you observing these days? Mr. Devnath, if you could share your responses on this.
Good afternoon, everyone, and all my co-panelists. After a long time, I'm seeing Mr. Simli. Alain, I have been seeing in so many other sessions also. So good afternoon to you all again. The question which Ankush has asked has been asked, ad nauseum these days, that what we are doing in the pandemic. Actually, pandemic was both a threat and a opportunity both for the IT sector. In the private sector, it might have created a lot of opportunities to go digital. In government, it was a rude, I will say, breakup call. All the projects which were, going on in a slow path were speeded up to get onto the digital bandwagon, so to say. And few things which we were doing it slowly got speeded up, like work from home, remote accessibility, remote work. All these things got speeded up, though they were there in some form or the other in the earlier time also. And it has become now mainstream work. The earlier it used to be only in case of some emergency or some people, some experts not able to come to office. Now everyone and anyone and everyone is trying to do work from home, and that work from home is also expanding in its scope. Earlier it used to be only some database administration here and there, system admin, but now they are doing even regular work, regular application development, building, maintenance, even cyber security audit, etc., is being done from remote locations. Now it has also increased the attack surface, as Ankush has said, both from inside as well as from outside. Outside, I will not talk about because a lot of it is talked about in the press also. From inside, yes, people are not so aware about the cyber threats. Earlier, they used to do these things in the trusted network, and everything was okay because the network used to take care of all the security issues. But now when they are working from home, the ISP network, their own systems, everything is becoming a vulnerability. Their shared systems are being used to do the official work. We are unable to stop that. And the broadband connection to the office or to the VPN also is not very reliable and very secure, to say the least. So I will say a lot of work to do. Still, we are on the path to achieve that, and it may never be achieved because the perfection is not a easy thing to achieve. But we are on the way slowly and slowly to go to that perfect cybersecurity, ecosystem.
Thank you so much for your inputs, Mr. Devnath. I would quickly move to Mr. Golak Kumar Simli from Passport Seva Project. Sir, your project has been one of the most appreciated projects of the Government of India in terms of e-governance and digitization. You have newly launched a DigiLocker platform, which is more about paperless mode. Citizen will not be required to carry original documents. So in this pandemic era, what changes you have seen and how were you able to ensure that the systems remains intact and totally insecure?
Thank you, Ankush. Let me at the outset thanks Tech Observer, your entire team. Event, which is, I say it's a burning topic these days. Cyber security is a big challenge for all of us. Let me also at the outset thanks all my co-panelists and greet all my co-panelists, Mr. Devnath and all who have joined this event. Now, coming back to the topic, Ankush, the cyber security per se, not only Passport Seva program at large, not only External Affairs Ministry at large, but if I see cyber security is a challenge today, cyber security is a the thing today. It's across the organization, be it a public sector, private sector, even individual like us or it has impacted everyone. And some of the major security challenges which I could experience or our experience says that in 2020, if I give some of the example and major security instances which we witnessed, and no, almost all the organization witness is the first and major one was the ransomware attack. Now, studies suggest us that almost 82% of Indian industry were impacted by ransomware attack. Some are at a minimal stage, some are at a no kind of a damaging state, but one and all of every organization, almost 82%. Now, when you come across this kind of a ransomware attack where no, your entire data is kind of a taken into custody, and your entire operation is being no kind of a made a standstill. You are not allowed to operate. Just imagine the kind of catastrophic or the kind of havoc one can create. And now, if you that is one of the example I am giving. Then another the major attack which we experience is on the IoT devices, right? Now, in terms of IoT devices, again, if I quote you some of the figure, again, a study suggests that almost 11.6 billion of IoT devices will be connected over network by the end of the year 2021. Now, when I see all of these IoT devices, whether it is a desktop, whether it is a laptop, whether it is a mobile phone you and me carrying, it has a capability to transmit data over a network without even your knowledge if you are not careful enough, right? And today, if you ask me, especially in the corporate sector, business at large, everybody has a smartphone, everybody has a laptop, everybody has an iPad, and most of us we are using these IoT devices for catering to our business as usual. Now, if that is the case, and imagine this kind of a mammoth number of IoT devices floating around, and if you are not defining our security framework or security policies around that and tightening our overall security no kind of a framework, again, it's a major problem for the business, whether it is a private or it is a government organization. So that is another area one has to look. And especially like Devnath was saying, the pandemic, when it hit us in March 2020, or let's say January 2020, most of us now, we are accessing our corporate network, we are accessing our corporate application, mostly through no kind of a remote kind of an environment, a WFH kind of an environment, where end devices is playing a major role, no, in terms of access, in terms of authorization, in terms of computing, in terms of doing business transactions. Now, how do you safeguard your remote devices? No, that is another very important area which we all need to understand and we all need to protect for. Then another 2-3 area to be taken care, especially the cyber space when it comes, the social engineering part, the phishing attack. No, it has increased like never before. It has increased like never before, and social engineering has become a part and parcel of your business application now. Why I am saying so? Whether it is you are communicating through email, whether you are using a business application, now social engineering attack has been kind of a becoming intrinsic part of your business application or your or email communication or any other collaborative tool you are using. Like today we are discussing over a VC call. So there also there can be a social engineering attack. So that is another area which we all need to see, and how do you bring in that part again into your security framework. Now let me a little bit come out when I discuss about all these security challenges, how do you mitigate it and what is that I am doing to mitigate it, right? Now I have divided into typically 5 domain. I say when I work on a mitigation strategy or security and data information security framework, I have divided into 5 categories. And these 5 categories are, first and foremost thing is the security domain. Now, what are these security domain? And again, there I have categorized into 4 quadrant, the first and foremost thing is the infrastructure quadrant, right? How do you protect your infrastructure layer, not only the corporate data center, but also the endpoint? The second is the software layer, right? The third is the data security layer, and last but not the least is the security compliance layer. And other four areas which one has to see, one is security tools and technology. The second is policy and enforcement. Third one is monitoring and response mechanism. And the last but not the least is the measurement mechanism. And my next round, I'll speak, how do you actually go into detail when you are actually defining these kind of a security framework.
Absolutely.
So back to you, Ankush. Back to you.
Yeah. Before getting more into the mitigation strategy of the security systems, you really talked well about social engineering and role of IoT devices and ransomware. One thing that you also mentioned was the role of hand devices. So I would now like to come to Mr. Mupani Srinivas from Apex Bank. Sir, in banking sector, there's a lot of personal information and financial data of the individuals are involved. So, and the role of handheld devices is immense. So how do you see it as a challenge, and what strategies have you built up to, mitigate some of these?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Ankush, for your invite. So, as you rightly pointed out, the most difficult part of the security in the banking industry is to protect the customer data, the privacy of the customer data. So, here, a lot of digital channels have come up nowadays, internet banking, mobile banking, and digital channels like UPI and other things have come into picture where anyone can connect to any other bank directly and they can transfer their funds. So here the major problem is the work from home. Earlier speakers have told. So in the banking industry also we were forced to provide the work from home options to our employees during the pandemic time. So that point of time, as rightly pointed out by our earlier panelist, the security of the devices and the security of the networks which the users are using at home, and also the handheld devices used by the customers. So everywhere there is every possibility of the compromise of the devices or the data, so whatever is available with them. So here what we felt is we have to strengthen our data center security infrastructure and also our network security infrastructure. So earlier days, as the first speaker told, so the insider, what we felt was, okay, it is safe whenever within the network our people are will do the transactions or will do the activities with security. It means only external people will have some malintentions to enter into our network. So, but here now, when all the people are coming through the internet or the work from home options, then we were forced to ensure the security for all the network devices and the data center and complete network. So here we have taken support from various service providers like our Fortinet and other security organizations which have provided various solutions. And we have built up a cyber security operations center exclusively to monitor these, as our earlier panelists told about the danger of the ransomware attack specifically. So to see this, some of the security service provider organizations have come up with exclusive solutions to protect from the ransomware attacks. So anyway, endpoint side, we will not have much control in this specific environment where work from home are the handheld devices where people are using their own devices with security or without security. So we have to focus more on the data center side and our network side and the security perimeter side completely. So there we have taken a lot of additional security measures and also the 24/7 monitoring of the people who are working from home or any connection that is coming from outside to our data centers. So we were forced to invest more amount on that and more security solutions we have brought in the recent times. So this is from my end.
Absolutely. Focusing more towards the data center and networking side. And I would now like to reach out to Mr. Abhay. As you deal with a lot of different kind of SKUs and consumer essential company, you are basically into and with large range of products and infrastructure ranging from refineries to distribution system. It seems to be a very complex kind of network. And so how do you deal with some of these issues when we talk about data security or information systems or into the network or regulating the perimeter security?
As other colleagues also said, that we had to, like, during security, COVID, pre-COVID and post-COVID, things were a little bit different, that people started working from home. That was new thing which has happened, and nobody was ready for that to large extent, like banking and other companies or multinational who work has a work from home culture. So like any other companies, we also had to adapt for work from home, remote working, VPN connectivity, data leakage, data prevention, multi-factor authentication. These were the something which you had to immediately start during the COVID first or second week itself. At the same time, what we found is the more explosion on e-commerce or social sites also started within company also. So that is another area where we have to focus step by step. So these were the 2-3 things where we have to. Then what came into picture, like, identity and business risks we identified. Okay, so that was identity and business risk we have identified. What level of what are the currently gaps and what are the challenges of security which were there. Like, so that's where we had started focusing. Then we realized that another thing which is started happening was more to do with the data protection and data security, data on the move and data. We had multi-cloud environment, so we had to rediscuss with some of the vendors that data leakage and prevention is the one area where we have to focus, both internally also. So we implemented DLP, and that is how we started. We started a lot of awareness campaign within company, so that people are aware. They should understand that the more risk is that within the company, outside company is also red. But first is awareness. What file needs to open? What are the phishing mails? Those kind of things we had to restart. We had to again relook into data access need, profiling of the people, systems, granting what access needs to be. So we revalidated during the COVID period again for plant users, remote location users. We had to focus on the application and vulnerability assessment, that also, and we revalidated all the security guidelines or framework we had with all the vendors, because we have most of the application on the cloud-based solution, so that we had to relook into that. So our major focus was in days area, and another key focus was SOC component, where we have to ensure that there is 24/7 monitoring, corrective action, identifying the threats, ensuring that the majority of the unwanted application emails are quarantined. So these are the things we had taken as a this thing, more from the end user perspective and both companies perspective, and more focus on IoT devices, because now gradually we started having more and more IoT devices where we have real-time informations of machines. So that was another area where we focused.
Absolutely. Let me get back to you shortly. I would now like to reach out to Mr. Allen. We are living in a world where the concept of perimeter security is getting complex day by day. And the eminent panelists throughout the discussion, they talked about a lot of these challenges and apprehensions related to exposure of the implementation of IoT devices and the risk pertaining from these devices, how the ransomware cloud is getting on everybody's head. And Mr. Golak also talked about social engineering, and Mr. Srinivas talked about that we can't do much about the endpoint security. And Mr. Abhay talked about data on the move and the issues related to data leakage and prevention. So as a security provider, as a pure play security provider, what do you think some of these organizations from different sectors should strategize in a way to be more secure and more apt in their strategies?
Thank you for the question. And first of all, I was impressed by the knowledge of this panel this afternoon. Many of the very critical notions to build the cybersecurity of tomorrow are already being developed this morning. And frankly, I learned a lot from hearing from you. There is one challenge that is in your question, is this number of very rudimentary devices that are the IoT. You know, I take this remote control that pilot this camera here. I have another remote control that pilot here the windows. All this is a danger because they have been put on the market with the cheapest possible return on investment scheme. So there is, in these devices and also the sensors in the plants and the cameras in the bank agencies, there is very little room in CPU and memory, if any, to include cybersecurity algorithms. So how do you do? One of the possible answers is machine learning and artificial intelligence. Because even if it's very difficult to get into a device like that to secure the device itself, you can learn what a normal usage of this device is. For instance, a pressure device that commands the cooling fluid in an oil and gas, for instance, company, has a behavior that is very specific, very little number of data, very frequently, with the same frequency. So you learn that, and the moment this device starts to have a hectic behavior, you say, something is wrong, but you don't need to be into the device to do that. When you have a holistic vision of cybersecurity, you have the way it behaves. And it can be also applied to users. It's like someone steals the keys of your car, right? So the car may start if someone steals your credential on your network. You will have a session, okay? But the way the car is driven, this is not daddy. The speed, the itinerary, the way he parks, all these, we monitor 40 parameters of usage, number of applications open, range of IP, frequency, and so on and so forth. And that is mapped automatically against your profile. So if someone steals, for instance, Mr. Golok credentials, he will never use the credentials and the applications and from the location and from the timing and from the time zone, like Mr. Golok used to do. So we will detect that. This baseline behavioral is compared to the actual behavioral. And we do things with that gap. It can be a single warning, an SMS, a total segmentation of the IP range involved, the killing of the flow, etc., etc., etc. Right? Now, this holistic vision enables you to compare a normal behavior at the edge, the way it used the network resources at the core, the places of the IP, and all that is processed. And then you have a very good probability of detection that something is not right in the way. And that is one direction in which since 2011 we have been working to establish this behavioral profile. It's not the panacea, by the way. By the way, there is no panacea. As I said earlier, it's a holistic, that is one of the components of the security strategy.
Thank you, Mr. Allen, for touching upon some of the most valuable points of the discussion and some of the challenges that are there in this particular domain. We are into the last leg of our discussion, and I would quickly like to ask all the panelists to just give us a very quick summary on a particular question, which is lack of awareness and skilled resources in the cybersecurity space is a huge challenge that everybody has accepted. So how this could be addressed, and is there anything your organization in particular doing on this particular thing? So anyone can take this question.
No, Ankush, I'd love to take this question because I'm doing this. No, I really appreciate what Mr. Allen is saying. No, how do we use this emerging technology? And he was very rightly giving an example saying that how do you use AI? How do you use analytics? How do you chatbot? And in fact, Passport Seva program, I am doing that. No, I am educating my users through the pattern analysis, through the forecasting of this kind of a security events, through what kind of link they are getting, where to click, where to not click. I'm using a lot of chat boards in that sense to educate my not only business users but also the citizens at large. So that is one of the important area, Ankush. I think more and more this emerging technology will help you, provided you know how to leverage them, how to use them, and how do you bring them. The three things I'd like to, before I end, when you are creating your governance framework, when you are creating your risk assessment and mitigation framework, and when you are creating your compliance framework, these three frameworks are very important. And when you are creating these three framework, you must see that how do you take care of your endpoints, your IoT devices, your data center resources, and at the end, the users at large, whether it is business users, whether it is administrator, whether it is citizen and beneficiary at large. So that's how you need to tackle it, Ankush. That's how you need to do it. Thank you.
A question.
Ankush, what happened is, particularly in the rural areas specifically, the people who are working there also doesn't know about all these technical words that whatever we are speaking here. So we need to provide the training or the awareness of the cyber security or this, for this matter, information security to the users specifically, and at large to the customers who are using the banking channels or who are using the different channels. So there what we are doing is continuously we are trying to keep the people upgrade with the latest knowledge, specifically the admins and the technology people who are handling the data centers or the networks or the applications one side. On the other side, the users who are there in the grassroots level. So we need to educate them on a continuous basis. Again, as Mr. Allen was telling, the machine learning and artificial intelligence. So these things can be embedded to at the endpoints, but it's again a costly affair a little bit. So at the in the major cities or the bigger areas where we implement all these things is easy. So awareness among the people about the security is very, very important. So that just I wanted to share.
Yeah. So coming back to Mr. Abhay. Mr. Abhay, could you quickly talk about the awareness and the importance of awareness in your business, in your line of business, and how are you progressing?
So we also continuously we are training, educating, sending information to users like what to click, what not to click, which are the phishing. We are doing internal drills of different things, phishing emails, so that the user becomes aware what they have to click, what not. We are also focusing on data leakage, and so till now it was not there, but now we have defined what policy, what are the internal documents, which document needs to go out, and so there is a huge effort required. It's a more of a behavioral change in the people who takes little bit time to understand, and once they realize the criticality of these things, they start identifying and they start working on that. At the same time, yes, regular programs are done, training to internal staff is done, what not to access, what not to access. So that has become a now regular feature, and that is how. And 24 by monitoring is the one which we are focused on continue, and it has become a real thing now, that it is one of the critical thing from highest level of the management, and everybody is aware now that this is the new thread which is there actually.
Absolutely. So, thank you so much. Mr. Devnath, managing information system of one of the world's largest railway network. And what is your view on the emphasis on awareness?
Yeah, the two questions which were there, we have to answer those. Awareness and skilled resources in the cybersecurity. Skilled resources, naturally, in the government, they are supposed to be coming from outside because in the government, developing and retaining such resources is a Herculean task, and any kind of efforts are not sufficient in that matter. About awareness in the users, that is railway users, there we have a very large workforce which is currently using the information systems, approximately 4 lakh plus. So to make them aware, we have included the cyber security, or you can say security awareness, in the curriculums which are going on in the railway institutes. We have approximately 32 institutes, both at the supervisory level and the senior levels. There we have introduced, in the curriculum, the cybersecurity awareness as well. Then another question was the two key technologies focus priorities in the government organizations, which we are supposed to linked with the awareness and all. As you know, per force, we in the government have to share data with other government departments and even with some private players, because we have to provide services. Otherwise, if we don't share data, the services will become very difficult to integrate. So, but in that we have to keep in mind, and we do try to keep in mind, that data retention has to be on the minimum. We need to dispose of the data which we don't need immediately, ASAP. As soon as our work is over with that data which we have taken from other department or other organization, we have to dispose it of. And this disposal is a technical thing, and it's not done just like deleting a file and all that, because a lot of copies are being kept here and there. We are trying to make our user aware that they have to keep the retention at the minimum and dispose of the data as soon as possible. Recently, I have seen RBI guideline where they have said the online, e-commerce portals not to, retain the credit card details for convenience of the user. Every time user has to go, he has to fill up all the data here. Now, naturally, it has been done for the sake of privacy, but it will create a lot of issues for the users. But when it comes to balancing between the leakage of data, which is happening left and right today, and the user convenience, I feel, in my personal opinion, it is better to be failure on the safer side. Keeping the data and leaking it due to some vulnerability now and then is not good, and it puts a huge burden on the infrastructure as well as on the CISO. When the leakage happens, he becomes the scapegoat. So I will suggest that similar kind of guidelines should be issued to all other departments, where the user convenience or copy pasting should not become the feature, in over and above the privacy concerns and data leakage concerns. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, everyone. We have come now to the end of the panel discussion, for sharing your views and taking out your valuable time for this highly engaging panel discussion. I'm sure that our viewers will gain a lot from this discussion, and I would like to end with a small quote of a very eminent personality: "A security threat is not a disaster, but mishandling it could be destructive." Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for an engaging panel discussion. Now I would like to invite Mr. Ashutosh Pandey, ADGP, Prosecution, UP Police, to deliver his special address on digital transformation of policing in new normal. Mr. Pandey, please.
I'm really thankful to the Tech Observer for inviting me on this occasion. And I really congratulate all the audience for it, accompanying us and giving their eyes and ears to us. We want to share that what challenges we have faced during the COVID and how the police manage it. We want to emphasize that COVID-19 was a great challenge for everyone, not police only, for everyone, for all the stakeholders which are connected with the police. The people were finding it difficult to visiting a police station. The courts were not functioning physically. Rather, there was so much problem with the people mingling with each other. Even there was fear, psychosis among the policemen also. But still, the police managed to surpass that fear, and it was the COVID-19 was a game changer, the face changer for police, because it gave a new face for the police as the savior of the humankind, the savior of the people, where nobody, even the close relatives, were trying to avoid the physical contact or visiting their relatives. The police was visiting their places, helping them move from one place to another, giving them medicines, giving them food. So it was a new face for police, and everybody praised that thing. The one thing that police did manage it by taking the help of the technology, by devising many web portals, many mobile apps, and the UP Police web portal, and there's one UP COP, Uttar Pradesh UP COP mobile app. This is a fantastic mobile app for the help of the people, where the people can register their cases, they can register their complaints, they can file for any verifications, be it character verification or tenant verification or domestic health verification. They don't have to visit the police station or any police office in the COVID-19 because they can't go out, because everything was not functioning, the traffic was not moving, the buses and the conveyance was not available. So it was a help to the common man that sitting at home, they can just hook on to their internet portal and they can open the UP COP mobile app or UP Police web portal, and they can register their complaints. And they can get the verification certificates even on their mobile phones or on their computer, the printable version of the character certificates, and various other things they could have achieved from the use of the web portals. Secondly, the courts were not physically functioning. The witnesses were not invited to give their, for appearing, to give their evidences. So there was video conferencing for the criminals also. So even for the training, there was webinars or the video conferencing. The senior officers used to communicate with the junior officers, even the SPs or commissioner of police, they used to communicate with the subordinates. The DGP used to communicate with the district SPs through webinars, through video conferencing. Even the chief minister used to pass orders on video conferencing. So the technology helped a lot in communicating to our subordinates, making out a plan, devising a platform where the people can communicate to the police, and we were in a position, we had the logistics to support the demand of the people to deliver the services at the doorstep of the people, which was the real demand for the COVID times. Secondly, the UP 112, the emergency helpline of the UP police, it was also very handy. The vehicles, the Innova vehicles or the Bolero vehicles which were employed, or the two-wheelers also, they were employed in UP 112 emergency system. They reached the people whenever they got the help call, and they helped the people in every way in a situation where nobody was willing to come out to help the people. Secondly, the STF, the ATS, the UP police also opened a cyber crime department headed by the ADG. There are the crime branches, even the fire services, they have opened the portal where you can get the NOCs without visiting any fire station offices, and you can get the certificates on your mobile. So these were the facilities. And even in prosecution, which I am heading, we have devised the key performance indicators of all our prosecutors. And the government has given the 11-point key performance indicators in which we can evaluate the performance of our prosecutors. We have gone further, and all the works of the prosecutor have been quantified, and they are made measurable. So altogether, 77 key performance indicators we have indicated, we have devised, we have quantified, and we are measuring the performances of our prosecutors on these key KPIs. So it is a landmark achievement by the use of the technology that all the works of the prosecutors have been identified, quantified, and they're measurable. And we are writing their annual confidential report based on the performances of the KPIs. The district magistrates have been entrusted to fill their annual confidential reports based on the KPIs. Secondly, I will also say the ICJS, Interoperable Criminal Justice System, it is the Government of India project where all the stakeholders of criminal justice system, police, prison, prosecution, courts, forensic science laboratories, all such stakeholders, they have been integrated. They have different platforms, but NIC has developed a linking device, linking platform in which all such stakeholders can hook and they can communicate with each other, and whatever the information they want, they can share, they can transfer, and they can get. With these, like prosecution department, we can fetch the details of a case from the e-court platform. We can also get the details of the criminal from the e-prison platform. We can also get the FIR, the charge sheet from the CCTNS, which is the police platform. So all these platforms, all these stakeholders, without physically encroaching upon their territories, investing their time, moving their offices, meeting them, they can just at the click of the mouse, they can fetch whatever data they want, whatever data is required, and you can save manpower, you can save time, you can save energy, and the system becomes very fast. At the same time, even in the jail also, the people can't go in the COVID time, go to the prisons to meet. There are people who have been arrested and they are put behind the bars in the prison. They have the portal, the e-prison portal, and they can register their demand for meeting the prisoners, and they are given time and they are allowed to meet. So it has facilitated the normal delivery processes for the common man. But few problems are still there. That the internet connectivity. The internet connectivity is a big problem. We have, because more and more things we are sharing, even the videos are being shared. So we need a larger bandwidth. So the government is trying to increase the bandwidth, and all other departments are moving in this way. At the same time, the field officers, we are providing laptops, tablets, so they can, from the field itself, they can transfer the data to the main server. So it saves the time, and also in the real time you are functioning. The functioning will become real time. The evaluation will become real time. So it is a great achievement that technology has in the future of giving to the common man in real services in real time, without causing any delay and without causing any frustration on the part of the common man, because they have to move to the offices, and sometimes the delay is happening, and so they get frustrated with the system. So here the technology is helping the common man to get their services very fast, real time, at the click of the mouse, and it saves the general environment of the system. It builds the trust, it builds the consensus, and it builds the legitimacy for the government, for the common man, that we are here for the welfare of the common man, to help them in the time of distress and to make their lives easy and comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pandey, for sharing your views on digital transformation of policing in new normal. Now I would like to invite Mr. Chandrasekhar Panda, Senior Director, Digital and Core Tech Strategy, McKinsey & Company. He will talk about digital transformation for public sector.
Hi everyone, I'm Chandrasekhar. I'm a Senior Director with McKinsey & Company, and thank you so much for joining this event, which is primarily focused in terms of the Digital Senate Summit 2021. And our focus is going to be discussing the emerging trends, what is happening globally, as well as in the context of India, in terms of the what are the critical thinking that goes across overall public sector digitization initiative. What we have seen in the recent past, the digital has been one of the critical enabler. No, and COVID have accelerated the overall emerging trend that has also been not just locally, rather globally. We see clearly the overall trend is setting in terms of future acceleration, growth, and the overall trend towards government digitization program. In the past, government have faced challenges around tactically in terms of how to enable e-services to its citizens. Second, ensuring paperless government. Third, in terms of ensuring that how the service should reach at the doorstep of any citizen or resident. To address that, there are multiple things that has been undertaken, both in terms of ensuring that the overall digitization initiative are being taken. At the same time, how to accelerate the digital transformation. To sum it up, what we clearly see that the trends are more focused towards how to bring the right stakeholder, or in the emerging trend is around how to bring the right stakeholder towards the thought leadership so that the government initiative could get accelerated. Second is around the public-private partnership, which has been successful in the context of India in different occasions, bringing the right partners to the table. Third is bringing the overall leadership who drive the overall transformation. To address this, there are some tactical journey that we have seen by different government institutions globally, as well as in the context of India. What we have seen globally that across Europe or Middle East and in US, government is pushing towards more digital transformation so that the citizens get the right benefit. Second is to ensure that the stakeholders get the benefits. At the same time, they should also have a feedback mechanism for the government for a transparency standpoint. And this has accelerated the government services. Those are being available on different platforms. To bring back this to our context, in the context of India, what we have seen, more than 600 plus services are available as a part of Umang platform, which is one of the one-stop shop for all the government services of India. Second, we also clearly see state governments are also investing across the digital initiative. And in the recent past, what we have seen, government also has increased its allocation towards budget allocation on information and technology part of it. To do this, I think what the tactical thinking is also going on, not just from a government partners side, we also see the private players, whether the banking partner, retail partner, are also cross collaborating to accelerate the overall digital transformation side. This helps to bring a lot of digital talent to this ecosystem. Second, bring the right stakeholder as well as the overall industry to one forum who can cross collaborate across a single participation model. And on top of that, what we clearly see that when the overall growth trajectory is happening, and maybe just to give a bit of a growth standpoint, we estimate that almost 9% growth is happening only on the technology platform building on an year-on-year in India context. And this is what we see is going to continue by 2025. That boost is also coming. What is our technology infrastructure readiness, which is essentially the data center investment, hyperscaler investment that has been done by major hyperscaler player. On top of that, the investment that is going on at multiple special economic zone in the context of India, and our multiple body, whether we take STPI as well as the Digital India Initiative, is also fueling the overall growth part of it. Having said that, another point that we also like to outline, that Digital India Initiative has also been one of the success key pillars for India. And this also has brought down tactically three major benefits to all the stakeholders. One is bringing all the digital services that government currently offer are being accelerated, are now being part of different channels. Second, the success story of Aadhaar across to issuing more than 1 billion beneficiary is one of the leading success story for India across the global consortium. Third is around the acceleration at which where the banking partner or the financial partner have started leveraging the government platform has also accelerated the overall growth. So these are the emerging things that we see. The cross impact is also significant. What we now see that no one has to go for collection of their digital or any certificate to their university. Now the information are being readily available as a part of the digital locker, what Government of India has established. Second, it also helps to issue any kind of document or verify documents quite online on the online platform. Third, it also brings the value to all the right stakeholders that, as well as the startup, as a part of the Make in India initiative, to bring for all the right thinking and the startups who are cross collaborating across multiple initiatives. There is a great opportunity what government is creating for them to cross collaborate. On this contrary, what we also see that there is significant benefit that is also being achieved across multiple different multiple dimensions. One of the tactical thinking that we also see that although the public-private partnership has been established, but there is a great potential to take it to the next step, which means the three tactical area that we clearly see. One is driving the overall cross collaboration across different partnership that has been established by different stakeholders. Second is to bring the overall technology ecosystem together, because take an example of India Stack. India Stack has been well crafted in a way that any of the partners could cross collaborate with Aadhaar, UPI, and the corresponding systems. And now this system is being used by multiple fintech partner in India. And if we look at the last month report, the UPI transaction every time is going on like almost a double-digit growth on an year-on-year. And that has been possible with a great public-private partnership, and that has been accelerated the growth. Third area is also that it brings also the transparency factor that I just mentioned previously. How the government is also driving that the growth has to be taken into the futuristic approach. On this contrary, there are some tactical future next steps also, that although we have done excellent across the digitization, we have done great thinking on the digital ID piece, but we also clearly see that there are a few emerging areas where we need to accelerate our growth. One of such thing is to remove all the paper from our government processes, because this is one of the major challenge what everyone faces. Even when we look at any government offices or government official, they also get challenged with multiple papers. Right? So accelerating the focus towards paperless is one of the things. What UAE has done, or largely Dubai, they have set their own target by 2021 December. They will go completely paperless across the process. I think India also need to look from a similar dimension, and it also required a lot of state as well as the central or the federal government cross collaboration. Second is information availability. Now everyone, whether the RTI although has been a boost, but that also required a lot of manual intervention. So how to make the information available on a real-time basis to the stakeholder without much hassle can be one of the potential accelerator that could ensure that government does not have to go for any process. Rather, the information should be made public on a public domain. There are some initiative that has been accelerated this, but yes, there are a lot of opportunity to cross align on this. Third is around how to accelerate the overall focus towards the digital transformation. I think now in the past, the digital transformation and due to COVID also, work from home for government official has been in certain part of the has been one of the norm. But how we accelerate that for different agency departments, so that the government offices are going to be thin in thin. At the same time, the public information sharing could be more. So, which means it ensures that the services are going to be available for everyone at a right stakeholder and right input from different sides. On the fourth, I think land transformation, which are like land registration for land resale. This is one of a major pain point that currently exists, which required a lot of technology transformation, digital investment, and that although there are a lot of attempt has been made by different states, but there should be a federal approach also that needs to be undertaken to ensure that these things are being taken into consideration. And finally, what we see, the emerging technology around artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, these are some of the area which has not been used to its great extent. I think this is one of the area that could be used to the maximum extent, that could help the government for combating its own workforce management process, ensuring that we leverage AI for all our critical thinking process, including our defense approach, right? And maybe on top of this, as we are driving towards digital transformation, cybersecurity is one of the critical part, which has been one of the focus point for both public sector and private sector. But I think it's going to increase significantly, because with the number of threats that comes across this, it requires a significant investment and focus how to defend across the cyber attacks and ongoing threats around this, right? So these are the things that we clearly see. Now, in summary, and before covering my overall keynote, I will give three key messages on this. One is around how we ensure that all the right technology transformation are being prioritized. I think this is one of the things what we always see, that multiple initiatives are being undertaken, but prioritization and ensuring that the right business impact is being achieved, that is one thing that everyone has to look at. Second, to ensure that what are the low-hanging fruit on digital transformation, because there are multiple opportunities. We're doing multi-year technology transformation program across different industry. But what are the critical low-hanging fruit that need to be undertaken? That's the second part that need to be undertaken. Third is to ensure that the investment that is needed, that required a lot of leadership support, because these are the things which are no regret move in certain occasions. And the digital transformation need to be accelerated with the right investment, right leadership who can drive it together. So this is the overall my address for this our digital Senate. Thank you everyone for being with us, and thank you for sharing this things together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Panda, for sharing your views and insights. Now I would like to invite Mr. Amit Jindal, co-founder Felix Advisory, to share his views on digital transformation for Digital Bharat.
Good afternoon to all the participants. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Tech Observer team for taking such a great initiative to learn about a new technology and create awareness amongst all of us. I will start with the mission of Digital India, which says IT leading to IT, where IT stands for India Talent leading to India Tomorrow. We all know Internet came in 1990s, and we have seen the growth and revolution because of the Internet. We can't think of a lifestyle and business without the Internet. But the first used working protocol of Internet came in late 1960s by the name called APRANET, and it was funded by the US Department of Defense. So government and government policies plays an important role in adoption of the new technology and distribution of the economy. Distribution is the key aspect for the growth of the economy nowadays. If you see, we are 7.6 billion population on the earth, out of which 1 billion population does not have the legal identity. 3.2 billion population have the legal identity, but they lack the digital trail. As per the World Bank report 2019, if all the people on the earth come on the legal digital identity, then it have a result to unlock the GDP value by 3% to 13% by 2013 as per the respective country. So that is the power of digitalization. Talking about the digital identity problem, it's a $1 trillion problem of the industry. As per the research reports, in 2019 only $5 trillion fraud happened because of the lack of the proper digital identity. Every year we spend $500 million on the KYC. We need to have a proper secure digital identity systems on the new technology to solve these kind of industry problems. So if you see, technology is transforming each and everything. It is impacting the each and every sector of the industry. No sector have remained immune. Technology has transformed the way we order the food, or we share the rights, or the food is being delivered. In India also, government is playing an important role in the technology adoption and creating digital infrastructure. On July 1st, 2015, our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, have introduced the flagship program Digital India to promote digital infrastructure and empower digitally each and every citizen of India. In India, we are at a $2.5 trillion economy, and our PM Modi has a vision or a target to achieve $5 trillion by 2025. If we have to achieve this target, we need to have rely on these new technologies. If you see globally, we are a $90 trillion economy, and the technologies like artificial intelligence will contribute $15 trillion economy by 2030. The technologies like blockchain will contribute $1.76 trillion economy by 2030. We entered into the fourth industrial revolution. The third industrial revolution was started in 1960 when IT and computers were introduced. And we have seen the growth and evolution because of IT and computers in our life. Now we are in the fourth industrial revolution, and as per the World Economic Report, the technologies like AI, artificial intelligence, RPA, robotics process automation, blockchain, AR, VR will be ruling our next 20 years. If we're not learning this technology or working with this technology, then we definitely lag behind. Coming back to our Digital India mission, it has three broad visions which India want to achieve. First, digital infrastructure. Second, governance and services on demand. Third, digital empowerment of each and every citizen of India. In order to achieve the vision of the Digital India, the government have to effectively walk into this space, and fortunately, Indian government is playing critical role in achieving the vision of Digital India. Just to give an example, MET, Ministry of IT Electronics, have in January 2021 introduced a draft policy for the blockchain. The state Tamil Nadu have already introduced the policy for the blockchain to boost startups in the blockchain space and promote blockchain technology. More than 50% of Indian states are currently working into the blockchain space and doing the POCs. One of the state government, Telangana, along with the Ministry of IT Electronics, have introduced property management system onto the blockchain. It is a tool to create awareness and bring transparency into property management. And the project has been selected by the Gartner also, and they became the finalists for the Gartner Eye of Innovation 2000 Government Award also. In COVID-19 scenario also, the startups like Startway, along with the help of UNICEF, are solving the problems into vaccine distribution. They have created a vaccine distribution ledger onto blockchain to trace the vaccines and distribute the vaccine globally. If you see, 1 out of the 4 vaccines get destroyed or lost during the supply chain mechanics. So we need these kind of solutions to solve this industry problem. Coming to AI and RPA also, they are also transforming the way we work or do the things. Just to give an example, in accounting earlier, we used to take the bank statements, then do manual accounting entries in our systems. But now with the help of new technologies like AI and RPA, the bank statements are directly fetched from the banks and the entries are being posted into the accounting systems without the manual intervention. Further, the physical contracts or digital contracts are being now replaced by the smart contracts. Smart contracts work on the computer protocols. They work on the conditional logic. If this will happen, then that will happen. If X will happen, Y will happen. Which means if the sale purchase have been completed, the payment will be done automatically. So technology is impacting and is transforming the way we work or we do the business. The government is also promoting these startups into these technology. Fortunately, I'm also part of a couple of initiatives worked by Government of India where they are starting the new startups into the technologies. The first one is the Chunoti, which is a 90 crore project from MITI, Ministry of IT Electronics, where they boost the startups into fintech, agri-tech, or education tech. Second one is the EPIRE, which is the flagship program of MITI and STPI, where they promote the startups into the blockchain space. They incubate the startups and try to solve the industry and the government problems with these programs. Under the COVID-19 scenario, one thing which we have noticed is that there is a lot of digital data is getting generated, and the digital adoption in India have increased rapidly, which is the program by Ministry of IT Electronics. It's a 90 crore project to boost the startups in the agri-tech, fintech, or education tech space. The second one is the EPIRE, which is the flagship program of MITI and STPI to boost the startups in the blockchain technology, where they are incubating the startups in the blockchain space, which are solving the government problems and the industry problems. Further, if you see, Under the COVID-19 scenario, the digital adoption in India have increased rapidly. We have seen in the banking sector, the digital payments, OTT, entertainment sector, or judiciary level where digital adoption have increased rapidly, be it e-police or e-assessments of the cases or e-courts scenarios. Now, the digital data have been generating enormously in this pandemic situation. If you also see the data utilization, the capacity utilization of data center have also increased by 30 to 35%. Now, the government and business house of India need to use this enormous data effectively and efficiently with the help of new technologies like artificial intelligence to make the sound business decisions. So with this, I like to congratulate Tech Observer team for doing these kind of initiatives, taking this kind of initiative and providing great learning to everybody. And I like to request everybody to learn this technology, work along with this technology to succeed in our career. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Jindal, for sharing your views. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the conclusion of Digital Senate 2021. The speeches and discussions so far have put forward a torrent of ideas, information, statistics, interpretations, and visions, and it will probably be a day or two before we can shift through them and present a consolidated perspective. We once again thank all the participants, speakers, and our partners, Tableau Software, Fortinet, Felix Advisory, and Alliance Mantra for making the summit a grand success. Thank you. We look forward to host you again.